3, 2, 1. This is main cell. SS count out.
Testing microphone. 1 2 1 2. Let me know if you can hear me with a thumbs up in the chat box, please. Okay. Hello. Good evening. My name is NEET Intel. This stream is on, HFGCS.com. And just so that everyone is aware, let's quickly put this up on the stream for you. For everyone who is interested in me talking, that is this live stream on top right now. I'll be talking to you for at least an hour or so, and usually when I say I will talk to you for 1 hour, I end up talking too much, and it's very long, and we talk for, I don't know, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, or more, but we'll see how we go. However, if you're not interested in listening to me talking, there's this stream. You can click that, you can tune into it right now, and you don't have to listen to me talking. So, talking, parlay, shaberu is over here. No talking, ne parle pas, pera pera janai, that would be the stream on the bottom. And that is just so that everyone has those options available to them. So, as it says, a SKYMASTER event is forecast for September 24th. That is technically today. We are now on September 24th, 2005. And the radios could come alive with the sounds of a simulated global thermonuclear war. And this live stream, hosted by me, NEET Intel, will discuss with you when and where to expect it and how you can listen in. So we have a lot to cover in this stream. What I actually want to do first, let's take a quick look at the map, because this is something many of you will be interested in, and we're going to make sure that we take a few glances at this map over the next few hours, because it is actually possible that the SKYMASTER event could start while we're together this evening. And he may already be gone, but Null in the chat, if you're watching this live, just left a comment saying that his streams are rolling and organized. He's got to catch some sleep before work. So that's just quickly to go back to that. So the live stream that you see in the middle with the green color scheme, that is the usual HFGCS.com live stream. But as some of you know, and I think more of you should know, Null has set up additional live streams for us. And I suppose what we can do, just for a moment. So this stream on the top left corner, that is from the University of Twente web SDR over in Europe on 4724 kilohertz. Then on the same SDR, that's 11175, that's 15016. Then over on the right, we have a Pennsylvania SDR on 8992. And also over in Europe, we have 8992 kilohertz. And that may actually be very helpful for monitoring a SKYMASTER event that is centralized in Europe. But actually, what we know for a fact is going on right this moment, ladies and gentlemen, because we can see it on the map, and there are some folks over on X who are already covering this. So France is doing a nuclear exercise. Now, I don't know necessarily that all of these planes are involved, but there are people who do know, and we'll take a look at that. But here's some of the planes, and we'll just filter for France. And these are only military aircraft that are showing up right now. You can see this plane, you can see this plane, and they're flying some stuff. Now, I don't usually monitor the French Air Force, so I can't tell you with great confidence what they are up to. However, let's go back to ARC. If you check the description of the live stream that you guys are watching right this moment, well, first of all, you can see that I send you guys a link to my pick for album of the year. We also see a bunch of links just broke, but that's okay, because for the moment, what we want to take a look at for more information on France's poker nuclear exercises. So we have Etienne and we have Traqueur ADSB, or I guess they would say, I don't know what they would say. I'm not even going to try and do it. But these guys have live coverage. And if you have X set up, it's going to translate posts for you. It's kind of hit and miss, but there you go. He's got a link for you. That's not going to work with his browser, but that is a link that you guys can click to actively track the poker operation. His account also surprisingly small. So if you're interested in this stuff, make sure to give them a follow. But they have a thread talking about in more detail what the poker exercise is. And again, if a post is in French and you don't speak French, there you go. Okay, it didn't translate it quite right, I don't think, but there you go. And I found out about this account. I think I was already following them, but I was sort of reminded by Etienne, who covers all sorts of stuff. He is a associate fellow of a French think tank on strategic and defense issues, so that I'm sure gives him some insights. But he is covering that as well, and he pointed me in the direction of that, so I thought I would remind my audience as well. Now, what else do we want to look at here? Now, just so you guys know, this configuration is a new one. Basically, for all of these happening watches, I do like an ad hoc setup of how I need the stream to look. But this is definitely one of those streams that we're doing, how do we put it, for the algorithm. So I guess make sure you're sharing it, or if you're watching and you follow other account, let the algorithm do its thing. These streams usually kind of just okay, so just do the YouTube gibberish, hit the like button, say hi in the chat box, and that'll help get it out there. But while we're warming the audience up, and while I keep saying we're going to talk about this in a moment and then getting lost on a tangent, I do want to do a take an opportunity, because it has been a few months since we've spoken, to give you a quick update on a few things. So you might remember from the summer update, I dropped a lot of helpful scripts for you guys over on Dropbox, but because I had another script to share, I have now set up a GitHub. Now, I posted about this on X, but if you guys don't follow me on X, this is all going to be news to you. GitHub, I'm not a GitHub person. I don't really understand GitHub. I understand it more than I did, a few days ago or something. But it is quite, weird nerd stuff. If you know how to use GitHub, it's great, I guess. If you don't, I'm just using it as like a giant paste bin. So all the stuff that I shared with you before, you can just go in here, you click raw, and then you can just select it and copy it and do everything that we talked about. Something else, I don't know if I'm going to make a video about it, but it is actually a pretty big deal for YouTube. If you guys have seen, well, if I can type things right. I don't know if people quite realize this, but up until a few weeks ago, all of these streams, I had to start and stop them myself by hand. And I finally got sick of it, even though everyone said that it's impossible and you can't get a program to do it. I got Claude to help me out. And all of this month's streams, except for 2, because the script isn't perfect, I guess, have been set up and started automatically by a Python script. And that script is available for you right here. You can clone the Git and do the stuff, and Null is helping out with some of this, and I imagine he's going to actually make a proper script, because do bear in mind what I just said. AI helped me make this, so, manage your expectations a little bit. However, up until I created this, anywhere else that you checked online, people are basically saying it couldn't be done. So I'm happy with it so far. We'll see how it goes. And there may be some more things that we do with GitHub in the future. There is already one very interesting thing, because I just said, what the heck happens if I just search all of GitHub for the HFGCS? And this looks legitimate. It seems like we found one of the interfaces that were built for the HFGCS operators. And if you look through this thing, yeah, take me to that. How do I get to that? Components, components, events. This seems to be software that helps them set the DEF CON status. And I have nothing to point to you that this is definitely real. However, there's a lot of little circumstantial things that makes me think that master station log in use by the 89th Communications Squadron of the HFGCS at Joint Base Andrews. This doesn't look like a full-scale LARP to me. It really does look legit. I looked this person up on LinkedIn and stuff, so I'm pretty sure they do programming for the military, so that's super cool. We'll see what else gets pulled up. But let's hop over to the NEET Intel X account, so that I have a frame of reference for what we need to be talking about this evening. So you probably saw it because it did get a decent amount of views, but I'm not going to play the audio right now. I made a nice little trailer letting you guys know that a SKYMASTER watch is in effect. I also uploaded it here to YouTube, but it got, I don't know, 200 views or something. But that's what we're talking about. And for a lot of you guys, this is going to be old hat. And for me, this is old hat because we've talked about this before. None of this is too surprising, but let's just hop over for a second here. This is the information that you really should have gotten from that video. You didn't have to, focus on it too much. How do we get here? You've seen this before, or if you've not seen it before, that's great. You're seeing it for the first time. This is the list of SKYMASTER events that we're aware of in 2023, 2024, and the in-progress set of SKYMASTER events in 2025. Obviously, at the bottom there, we have, highlighted that, well, this is because it's a forecast and we're not actually sure that it's going to happen yet. Now, there's a lot of terminology here. This is actually a very loaded set of dates being documented for you. But let's, for example, take a look at just the first row of these. The very first one, 2003, January 11th, you had a January SKYMASTER on the second Wednesday of the month. First SKYMASTER event in 2024. We're just reading the top row. January 10th, 2024, second Wednesday of the month. And this year, we had a SKYMASTER on January 8th, 2025. Guess what? Second Wednesday of the month. So none of the forecasts or predictions that I do are particularly complex. When you look through these lists of dates and identify the events in that format, it's fairly straightforward, nothing too complex. And that's going to bring us to wanting to take a look at September SKYMASTER. So in September 2023, you're going to notice one that's crossed out. I was told that there was a SKYMASTER, or I think I found something, or I had it in my notes that there was a SKYMASTER on September 8th, 2023. But on reviewing, I'm like, I can't actually find anything about this one. So that's crossed out. If I still can't find anything, like, I don't know, I'm probably going to take that out in the future is what I'm getting at. So don't get too hung up on that one. Focus more so on September 27th, happening on the fourth Wednesday of the month in 2023. And then in 2024, September 25th, was a SKYMASTER on the fourth Wednesday of the month. Now you might be saying, well, hold on now, friend, because in 2023, the SKYMASTER was on the fourth Wednesday and the fourth Wednesday, and actually, no, that's fine. I was about to go on a tangent about how it may have been on the third Wednesday of this month, so it could have been last week, but just put that aside for now. There's occasionally some wiggle room with SKYMASTER events, and I guess it could turn out this evening that, the SKYMASTER isn't today, it's next Wednesday, but I don't expect that to happen, so I'm going to talk you through that right now as to why I am actually thinking the SKYMASTER is going to be starting fairly soon. But just quickly, because we've been staring at these slides for a bit, just checking the SDRs, quick check of the map. Now, the one thing with the map, while we're chatting, folks, let me reset so it's not just France. We are interested in seeing if over in Germany, I don't know what that is, but we are waiting to see if the E6 does appear in Germany. So nothing yet. We do have a P8. That's down over the Mediterranean, so we're not too worried about him. P8s are always doing weird stuff down there. Don't get too excited, necessarily. And obviously the French exercise is still going on. I don't necessarily know where to listen to them or anything like that, but they're still there. Nothing too much. Okay. So as you guys should be aware, let's hop back over to ARC. This forecast, I actually made it much earlier. Let's see if I can find that screenshot. Just zoom in for the moment. So as you can see, on August 31st of this year, I said a SKYMASTER event could be expected on September 17th or 24th. Nothing happened that we know of on September 17th, so by process of elimination, we get to today, September 24th. And what actually made me decide to reiterate this forecast rather than, reply to it saying, things aren't quite going the way I expected, or, clearly this forecast, we need to take a look at it. We did have an E6, and that is its code, so let's just see some of the last things that people posted about it. That flew over from the United States and landed at Ramstein Air Base. It's obviously in Germany. Just for anyone who may be interested in who's posting that. Lots of people posted about this, but this guy, I see his account fairly often. Not the easiest username to post, but there you go. If you're interested, or just look up AEDAA5. You can find the exact same post I'm looking at with you right now. You can find that. But lots of people posted about this. Oh, I need to remember to add her to the description. She's been incredibly helpful. So I'll probably update that. Either I'll take a moment during the stream, but I will add her in specific to the video description of this live stream you're watching right now. So we have an E6 in Germany. That's fine. Who really cares? Because there are sometimes instances where an E6 flies over to Europe, and I'm like, I don't care. It seems like it's flying over for some sort of a conference or a special event, or I don't know, it's carrying the Secretary of Defense / Secretary of War to some sort of meeting of NATO or what. Nothing happens necessarily. But when something like this happens, around the time I say a SKYMASTER event is possible, and not just because I'm saying it, but because it's fairly straightforward to figure out, that sort of grabs our attention, and then we sort of look back and say, well, what other times did something like this happen? And this was one of the screenshots I included in the video, but the last time I'm aware of an E6 flying over to Ramstein Air Base straight from the continental US that had anything to do with SKYMASTER event was all the way back in February of 2024. So we see it flew over on February 2nd, and then a few days later, on February 7th, we had a SKYMASTER event, and then, whatever, a few days later, it flew back. Now, as you guys know, I'm very happy to share with you the SKYMASTER live coverage. In the past, we've done fancy live streams. Sometimes I've just done simple recordings. Just a few days ago, I actually re-uploaded one of the live streams, one of the first actual live stream that I did of a SKYMASTER event. The very first time the one of these was, recorded and shared in full on YouTube was actually on August of 2023. And if you review that, you'll find the audio. You'll hear them saying SKYMASTER. Very exciting live stream. Up until a few days ago, was temporarily off YouTube. It's back. That's fine. Let's talk about the thing that we're talking about, which, as we just said, that on February 7th of 2024, we had a SKYMASTER event. Why don't I see it in this playlist? You may be asking yourself. Well, what else can we do? Well, we can just type that into the channel search and see what we pull up. So obviously the video's thumbnails for the live streams that we did that day say there's a Mercury E6 active in Europe, Mercury E6 active in Europe. So I clearly, it didn't, slip off my radar, if you'll allow me. But actually, if you review these live streams, we have the information there. I actually jumped to a great portion of the video. So it looks like this I posted this after the SKYMASTER event was over, but it says, I'll read this for your benefit. There were SKYMASTER format messages broadcast today, as anticipated in previous videos on this channel and on my Twitter. A number of EAMs were broadcast by ground stations and can be heard during this live stream. However, SKYMASTER messages appear to only have been audible using SDRs in Europe. So this live stream, as I think for the last year or two, you guys know, the SDR script and the rotation through the Kiwi SDRs is primarily through a set of SDRs located in the United States. Now, recent revisions to the script that I have, that basically is the beating heart of the live stream, allows me to swap over to Europe or Japan or anything that I have set up at will. However, you have to actually actively switch, and that's intentional and by design. But certainly back in February of 2024, when we had the SKYMASTER event that isn't really captured well on this stream, I wasn't available to adjust the SDR. I was actually asleep. And that's really just a consequence of when the SKYMASTER event took place. It looks like if it happens in Europe, this is always true, but especially in Europe, just because of the time zone differences and possibly even by design, they run it at a inconvenient thing. So I don't have great captures of it, but we do know that it happened. That's why it's not in that playlist. But you guys might be asking, how do you know that it happened if you have no evidence? So we'll go over to this. Now, the website eam.watch, I am not a fan of its community. I am not a fan of the lack of curation of its data set. So this is just the current and most recent set of transcriptions. I'm not going to dedicate a large portion of the stream to, just picking on someone, but there's a lot of what I consider to be obvious mistakes that are made on a pretty much daily basis. But as far as historical data, it's a question of kind of checking who it is that submitted it. There are a number of people who are quite accurate. And in some instances, if you're really not sure, what you can do, even when it says recording 0, if you click the eye, you'll see that there's still a recording anyways. So this was a recording taken on February 7th, 2024, and you can check. I don't think they list it correctly. But you guys may know I used to be involved with these people until they just drove me nuts. And let's make sure that I have this set up so you guys can hear it. So this is from February 7th, 2024. Here's some audio.
Molt 1-1, this is postulate. I got you loud and clear, over. Postulate, one message of 4 items follows, stand by. Postulate, one message of 4 items follows, stand by. Hotel, Victor, I say that one message, 4 items follows, stand by. Lima, Hotel, 8. Proceed, 1 message, 4 items, 1-1, out.
Oh, audio muted. Whoops. Oh, okay. But you guys heard the audio of the thing, right? I don't have to replay that, do I? Where'd that go? Technical difficulties. I tell you what, just in case, let's play that again, and then I'll say what it was that I was saying.
Molt 1-1, this is postulate. I got you loud and clear, over. Postulate, one message of 4 items follows, stand by. Postulate, one message of 4 items follows, stand by. Hotel, Victor, I say again, one message, 4 items follows, stand by. Lima, Hotel, 8.
So that was audible using SDRs located in Europe. And again, if you go back to these live streams that I did, these were using SDRs in the United States. It didn't capture those. In other live streams, I've chatted with you guys and said, if you're interested in SKYMASTER events, then listening to the SDRs that are located in Europe, and obviously this is not a anything, because I'm very happy these streams have been set up. But normally, if there's a SKYMASTER event in the US, there's no, potentially you're not going to hear anything using the SDRs in Europe. Today, a SKYMASTER event that we're waiting to see if it happens is effectively the reverse. So it's one of the few times where you are probably more likely to hear interesting traffic if you do use SDRs located in Europe. So the other thing about this, as far as what to expect with today's SKYMASTER event, it is possible that the February 2024 event is going to be a template or give us like a very strong roadmap of what to expect. So in a sense, it's kind of a shame that we don't have, these streams aren't comprehensive or didn't capture the traffic, because the stuff on EAM.watch, I can guarantee you, this is not everything. They just kind of would take what was showing up on their automated recorder. So I don't know if they still run it. I don't know if they don't. But any of these you can click, you can listen to the recordings. This is probably not all the traffic that happened. Because they're usually on more, and always have been on more of a lag. They're not going to be actively vigilant or paying too much attention. So this isn't a great roadmap. This doesn't give you a strong sense of when it starts or when it ends, I would say. But what the February 2024 event does give us is potentially kind of a frame of reference for where it might be. So just to state the obvious, I guess, I mean, it's basically implied by everything I've been saying, but just because the E6 has flown to Germany doesn't mean that Germany is going to be the focus of the event. In this case, back in 2024, so Etienne actually found the airspace reservation ahead of time and figured out, okay, even though the E6 has flown to Ramstein Air Base, it looks like the mission is going to be southeast of the Faroe Islands, or between Faroe Islands and listen. I don't know the geography of these things. I'm kidding, but I actually don't. That's whatever. That's where it was, and that sure enough in the post that we were just taking a look at is where that E6 ended up being. And this could be the same thing. That's what this post that I made yesterday was basically saying. There could already be an airspace reservation in place, so that we could know ahead of time where the E6 would be operating. And the other nice thing about airspace reservations is it would tell you when. So rather than the open-ended, anytime September 24th, 2025, and I don't know, because sometimes it starts a few hours earlier or later. I'm giving you guys a very wide 24-hour window of when to expect this thing. if we had the airspace reservation, that would be great. But I said here, checking European airspace reservations is not one of my competencies. Which, if you think about it, that's sort of a nonsensical thing. I was hoping somebody would call me out, but that's fine. Nobody called me out. You guys are too polite. If you know how to check one airspace reservation, you should, in theory, be able to pull up any airspace reservation. You have to know the general area that it might be. And in case, Europe is a pretty large continent, and there's lots of... I don't know if I'm able to, just for a moment. Yeah, let me just pull something up to get at what I'm rambling at you folks about. Copy image link. So the worst case scenario, thank you, Imager, you would have to check each of these airspace or flight information areas. That's what FIR stands for. You guys may not be able to see that. One by one. So you would have to see, are there any airspace reservations of note in ENOR? What about ESA? What about EFIN? What about ETT, EVRR, etc., etc.? And then you also have to have some level of confidence when you see the airspace reservation to say, oh yeah, that's actually the one I'm interested in. So why isn't it showing? This isn't a good map. Which one do I want? This one. Hold on. Copy image link. This is a better one, I promise. So last time the E6 was over in this airspace, if you can see that bird, the bird flight information area. And what we do, we say, well, why don't we start with that one first? So we go to the FAA's airspace reservation search, and some of you may have noticed I keep saying airspace reservation instead of NOTAM or notice to airmen. I just say the thing that I think is less jargony, that actually means things to more people. So I'll decline to use the, it's not a complex abbreviation, but I just think it's easier for you guys to understand if I say airspace reservation rather than say NOTAM or NOTAM, and expect you already to be familiar with that. So let's just do that. Let's type in bird and see what we get. I like to sort by date. You don't have to. And, when you look at these things, they're very overwhelming. Danger area, LiDAR withdrawn. Like, what does this even mean? Well, don't worry about it, because this was issued August 7th of 2025, and it has an indefinite end date. I'm not expecting them to issue an airspace reservation for a SKYMASTer event, 2 months ahead of time and have an indefinite. That's a very long airspace reservation. And also, if you're like familiar with the flight levels and stuff, you'll be able to like discount things. But I'm just, if you are as clueless as I am, you're able to rule most of these out. Something like this, a mast has been erected at that place in the vicinity of this. That's not. Military stationary airspace BID ASH shadows active with an area bounded by these goofy coordinates. Start date, September 24th, 2025, 2:30. Ending, September 24th, 2025, 10 a.m. Well, that's interesting. So I'm going to look at this. So I'm going to double check and say, well, where is this one going to show up on our airspace mapper? And this is put together by John Wiseman, who is over on, where's his, oh, he's on, there's his X. So he is on X as Lemon Odor, or I guess he's also on the other app. If you guys use the other app, you can do that. That's available to you as well. So he's made this lovely NOTAM mapper. You just paste in you copy it, You paste it in and then you say map. Takes a moment. It grabs the coordinates and it maps it out for you. And take a look. It's drawn this nice box for us. Just to the west of that and southeast of that island, Iceland. That's an interesting area because does not look familiar to what we were looking at moments ago when we were taking a look at the February event. So it's almost like it's on the other side, right? This is 2024. Oops. This is what we're looking at for 2025, maybe. If I've pulled up the right airspace reservation. I could still be wrong, right? There's no guarantee that we're looking at the right one, ladies and gentlemen. But, you know, that kind of piques my interest. And I say, okay, well, maybe that's it. I don't know. Maybe that's it. We'll take a look. We'll see what happens. And like I said, you know, potentially you have to look through all of these airspace reservations. So just, I guess, for the sake of learning, let's do this one, ENOB. We go back to results, change search, ENOB. So there's just 3. The first 2 are just immediately, obviously, not going to be what we want. This is in connection with a rocket launch from the Andoya spaceport, and that's happening October. I'm not worried about that one. So if you were like me, you would unfortunately have to go through like all of these airspace areas and type them in one by one because you know you're sort of entertaining the possibility that it could be anywhere in Europe. But I do think maybe we got a little bit lucky, and I did get a little bit of help because I don't know if it's a big deal if I say or not who helped me, so I'm not gonna say it just in case. I don't know. I hate to. This is why I always like. I'm just not gonna say it, not because I have like some secret source, but anyone could have found this. I was hoping somebody else would find it. Let's take a look at another one. What is this? Well, this is too long. This started September 16th and is going to last until December. That's not what a SKYMASTer reservation looks like. The other one, it's very easy to rule them out until you get to one and you're like, I think this could be it. So I think this could be it. So that's what we're looking at. Now, September 24th, 2:30. Well, I don't have the clock on stream for you guys, but you can see I have it on screen for you right now. It's September 24th, 00:56. So that's about what? An hour and a half away. So we may be finding out quickly whether we're going to have a SKYMASTer event or not. And if it follows the template that we saw with the 2024 event, then we are expecting an E6 to just, hold on. Basically just in the next, couple hours, or it could be a slow start and it'll be multiple hours, but you're just watching to see anywhere in Germany, well, at the Ramstein Air Base, but maybe it just turns its transponder on at, I don't know, 30 minutes or an hour after taking off. Keep an eye out for that E6. Does it show up? And then does it, take this flight path either directly over England or like kind of adjacent to it? But it'll sort of be heading to somewhere around here in the vicinity of the Faroe Islands and Iceland. And that is, by the way, can we go back? I'm sure we can go back. I made that post earlier today. Oops. I made that post earlier today asking you guys what you thought goes on here. What are you aware of is going on here? So what normally happens around here, I don't know. but something could be happening today. By the way, I ain't got to do nothing. And then obviously we're also watching to see what's going on with the live streams. Now, like I said, if this is a direct repeat of February 2024, then that's actually not great news for the usual HFGCS live stream, the one that people who are regular viewers of this channel that you're watching right now tune into, because the US SDRs may not pick anything up. So these additional SDRs in Europe are potentially better. So what you'll want to do, we hop back over to this. Now don't do this right now because you may accidentally click away from the stream, right? But just when I'm done talking, or if you know how to like multi-tab. Oh, it's not working. I don't know if that's an issue with this browser. Let me see. I hope I don't accidentally show things on screen. Does that fix it? No, it doesn't. I think it's just an issue with my particular browser. Maybe. I'll have to take a look. But anyways, sorry. Go to the description, and then here you go. For additional HFGCS live streams, you're going to click null, friend of the channel, vital member of the Zhang Wanyang SKYMASTER Surveillance Committee. These are all the streams. So Pennsylvania, maybe not so much, but, and these, by the way, we're not trying to, or I'm not trying to obscure it, and he isn't either. These are just the streams of the U20 web SDR that so many people like using. You click that, there you go. That's what you can check out. Now, another thing that I want to talk to you guys about, that's one possibility. Everything I've just talked to you, in terms of comparing what we may expect could kick off in, well, exactly an hour and a half. Or again, there could be a delay. Could work very strongly off of, let's make sure we're on the right slide, the February SKYMASTER with an E6 in Europe. However, and there's a number of others ones that you could pick. You guys may recall, if you're around, and if you're not, that's okay, because I barely remember it. The Norway Fake Master. So June 23rd, 2024. If you go back, and heck, let's go back together. If you go back, if you keep scrolling, we're going to June 2024. It's going to take us a moment. While we're doing that, I hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Do the YouTube gibberish of leaving a like, commenting in the chat box. Share it with your friends, share it with your family. And soft plug, I have a Patreon, I have Buy Me a Coffee. Folks, as long as we get, like, I talked about it a month or two ago, we do now have ads on the channel. I'm not terribly happy about it, but it does make the channel more sustainable versus me having to go, you know what, I'm pulling the plug. We came very close to that. I said, just turn the ads on. As long as viewership remains where we're at right now, and this is actually, I think I'm being very honest with you guys, probably the lowest the viewership has been in the last year and a half. So as long as it doesn't get worse than the current nadir, the channel can sustain itself. If it keeps getting worse, then you know. But anyways, we've gotten to June 2024, which is where I wanted to get to. Now, we're not going to watch this special NEET Intel live stream, but if you guys were around, You may remember me sort of like getting very flummoxed and fumbled because I had made a SKYMASTER forecast for June 2024, and then it didn't happen. But like there was an E6 in Europe, and I was like, something is going on, so we're just going to like defer the forecast and say, obviously something is happening or going to be happening. And this stream on June 23rd, we had a SKYMASTER watch going. June 24th, looks like we talked that there was a SKYMASTER exercise overnight. So a military exercise involving an E6 over the Black Sea took place last night with traffic from Apple Pie on delay. Sterling 22 on lookout for 426 character EAMs were broadcast. Oops. Okay, well, I'm not scrolling all the way down again. But what we can do is just type in... No, let's go to the other. I just want to pull up the time card for you guys. June 2024. We're not going to play the audio, by the way. It was this one, right? Oops. My computer is getting mad at me, by the way. This is the structured traffic that was broadcast on June 23rd. And it is particularly this lookout for, that's a very, very strange message, and some of the other stuff. But if you actually listen to the live streams for June 23rd, there was some wonky stuff going on. Like they were using like words that I had never heard, and I don't think I heard them right, and I don't think anyone else had ever heard anything right. Like they were talking about going through doors and exercise phases. It reminds me, I keep thinking of, I don't know specifically which episode, but like well, it happens in episode 24, but there's any number of episodes of Evangelion where they just like drop so many terms and concepts at you. So like, they descend into terminal dogma, and then Misato is like, "Oh man, like they're gonna open the chamber of guff." And you're like, "What the hell are you guys saying?" And just that kind of chaos. And it's like, I don't even know if you're supposed to really pay attention to this stuff. So June 23rd, 2024, it was very, very strange. It was certainly a day of remark, if you're listening to the HFGCS. And again, this was a day where, with an E6 in Europe, you really did have to be monitoring on European SDRs to hear it. But we didn't actually hear SKYMASTER. So, like, it was a wonky day. Really strange stuff. If you have an opportunity, go back to those live streams and go through and listen to that. Very interesting stuff, but fairly indecipherable. And I say that as someone who, like, this stuff, the EAMs, the transcriptions of these crazy messages that people are like, oh man, like we can't know anything about them. I feel like I have somewhat of a handle of what's going on with this. And I think probably if you're watching this, you may also. But everything else that was happening on June 23rd, I'm like, I don't know what that was. And the thing is, we know at least what part of it was, if I can type Norwegian correctly. I don't think that's how you spell Norwegian. It is, though. Is it black? What is it, the Black Sea? Oh, you know what? Hold on. Etienne posted about it a day or two ago. By the way, guys, if you're leaving questions in the chat box, I will answer them. I don't want to jump on too many tangents, because I'm sure if you've heard me do live streams before, I can go on enough tangents on my own. But this was the image that I wanted to pull up. And this post, he's talking, a lot of people covered this, but this June 2024, he's talking about June 23rd, 2024. So from the other end of things, and we'll just read his translated summary because I think it's decent enough here. Deployment of U.S. E-6 communication aircraft is rare but not unusual. For example, in June 2024, an E-6 participated in an exercise off the coast of Norway where a U.S. Ohio-class submarine was navigating. Another similar deployment took place in February. So for a lot of people, they got the picture and say, "Oh, there we go. Like it was just a photo op. We get what it was. It was just an exercise, and that's the end of it." So in some sense, we do know what it was, and in some sense, it was just an opportunity for a photo op. And I usually don't like commenting or speculating on this too much, but probably just a signal to Russia or any adversary that the U.S./NATO may have. All of these exercises are that in one way or another. That's why I'm like, I don't like calling too much attention to that because it implies that this one is more than others. I don't know, maybe, but this one probably was more than others. But it does really, based on the radioactivity, sound like they took advantage of the situation to do more than just a photo op. Because again, the radio traffic was bizarre. And maybe you hear it again, and then once you hear something enough times, you don't have to keep saying it was bizarre. You're just like, oh, that's that strange thing they do every now and again, and then it becomes familiar, and then it's unremarkable. Because that's how our brains work, right? Like SKYMASTER events are very bizarre, but because I've documented a fair amount of them now, I'm not immediately tilted when they happen. I'm just like, yeah, that's what they do. So that was the other possibility in terms of what may be awaiting us today. So just to quickly recap, one possibility is, I think we can just work off Etienne's tweets here. One possibility is something along the lines of a repeat of February 2024, and that's why we looked at the airspace reservation earlier. That is very similar, just around the Faroe Islands, just on the other side of it, and that'll be starting, if we're right, potentially in an hour 20 minutes. And if you wanted to listen to that, your best resource would be either European SDRs, Null's live streams of the U20 SDR, or possibility two is that it looks more like whatever this was last year. So even though it's crazy radio traffic, and I'm like, what on earth is this? It just turns out that we don't hear SKYMASTER, and that's all she wrote, even though crazy stuff may be happening. But reminder, let's go back to the map because we haven't looked at the map in a bit. I did double check how you spell Norwegian. I don't apologize for that, but I did get it right on the first try. Let's take a look. That's a P8. What's going on with the French fellas? They're doing their thing. We should talk about that a little bit, but let's go back to that. When we get to the Q&A period, someone remind me that we need to actually address the fact that France has a major nuclear exercise going on, apparently at the same time as the US might. Those are the two possibilities for our SKYMASTER event today. The other thing, I think we should just mention it briefly. And by the way, this should be obvious, but like the US military is not going to officially refer to June 23rd, 2024 as the time they did a fake master. That's just sort of the term I've come up for, like when I'm expecting a SKYMASTER, and like the airspace reservations look like a SKYMASTER, and there is weird radio traffic, and it really looks like they're building up to a SKYMASTER, but we can tell something's going on, but we just don't ever hear them say SKYMASTER on the radio. It's like a fake out, or just, at the last second we don't quite get what we want. but we still hear cool stuff. I've made that term up. I've also technically made up the term SKYMASTER event. Let's not forget that. But this year we had to, back in April, invent this Nothing Master. This one is hard to explain. I don't think we have properly explained it. But you guys can probably recall, or if you can't recall, just look back on my posts over on X leading up to April 30th. I was able to, like, almost on a daily beat for like the week leading up to April 30th, be like, okay, next they're going to do this, next they're going to do this, next they're going, and like these things that I was saying were probably going to happen were like happening, like with HFGCS radio traffic and a few instances of E6 flight traffic. Like I was holding, you know, the roadmap or the sequence of events, and I think I was just working off of the April 18th, 2024, saying, oh, it's probably just going to be a sequential repeat of that, and it was. And then we got to April 30th after, like, you know, 9 in a row, right? Like, this is just gonna happen, this is what's gonna, and all these things were happening. We got to April 30th and like just totally unremarkable day on the HFGCS radio. Like nothing. There was some traffic, but like it wasn't anything, and I'm like, maybe that's the sky. No. So that's why I had to come up with like this term Nothing Master, because in any other scenario, like if you just pick April 30th, I would just be straight up and say, well, that forecast was wrong. Because I think if you get something wrong, then it helps to document that you've gotten something wrong so that you can go back and say, well, what incorrect assumption did I make to lead, you know, the people who follow me into saying this thing's gonna happen, you should definitely listen to them, and nothing really happens. But I don't think I was wrong. Like, I have been wrong in the past, and I tend to leave those things up so that people can still find them and say, okay, this guy doesn't have a 100% win rate. But I think that was some other type of exercise. So, in other words, I'm saying something probably did happen on April 30th, even if we didn't hear it. I don't know why we didn't hear it. Did they move to satellite communications? Maybe. Was it an exercise where they sort of rehearsed all of the steps leading up to, you know, the, in air quotes, SKYMASTer portion, but then either had to defer that part of the exercise, or just by the very design, there are some of these STRATCOM events where they don't have the SKYMASTer portion. You know, maybe they're practicing for the build up to World War III, and then they just decided this time we're going to practice how we actually do avert a nuclear crisis. And then what is the process of events on the very last day to correctly de-escalate and signal a de-escalation to your opposition? Maybe that's what they were doing April 30th. Or maybe that's what they did April 29th. They didn't quite catch it, and that's why nothing remarkable happened on the April 30th. I don't actually think that's quite in the cards for today. Just because I think it would be weird to fly an E6 to Europe to practice something like that. It doesn't sound right to me. I could be wrong, but I would say it's a possibility, but like the other two that I've talked to you guys about just now seem more likely. Now, FYI, I don't have the audio on for the SDRs because the static throws me off, but you guys do have the streams available to you right now. And if you're watching it live in the chat box, I have the link to the regular stream there for you. So, oh, Sean has commented another test count. So just a test count at 116. That's what you're seeing on the SDR screen right now. Hop over, take a look at the map. So the French guys are still Frencing. That's what I want to communicate you guys in terms of what you could expect. As far as timing and whether or not I can actually cover it. So I haven't brought that question up, but I'm introducing that to you right now. Earlier this year, I talked about it's entirely possible I just can't even cover it. So, hold on. What's he saying? Okay, just West Coast. I don't actually have the audio set up for this live stream is nice, so please bear with me. Just another test count. Earlier this year, I was saying don't expect me to always be able or around for these. Because sometimes even if I know that they're happening, it may just happen on a day that's inconvenient for me, or, you know, sometimes I'm like, oh, it looks like it's going to happen on whatever this Wednesday, and I get everything ready and put things aside and tell people, oh, I'm sorry, I can't do anything that day because this thing's gonna happen. I want to cover it for YouTube, and then nothing occurs, and then, you know, that's a little bit of a thing. But there's also just these very simple and mundane instances, like, again, you know, to go back. Oops. 24. Why don't I have better coverage of this for you guys? And I have to tell you to go take a look at this website that I'm not necessarily a fan of because there's so many caveats with it. I was asleep. It's that simple. It started late. I was asleep. This could be the same thing. So to go back to the thing that I think is the airspace reservation, 2:30, that's an hour and 10 minutes from now. That's fine if they start at that time, but like 10 a.m. or sorry, 10 UTC, I will be asleep. I need to go to sleep. I want to go to sleep, and I suggest you do as well. Well, depending on your time zone. I don't know what time zone you live in. I don't know your life circumstances. Maybe you're working midnight shift. If you're working midnight shift, please do not sleep through your job and say the NEET Intel recommended you to sleep. Don't blame me for that. I wasn't aware of that. What am I going on about? Yes. No. Yes. The NEET Intel has a voice. Yeah. We all have a voice, my friend. Make sure to use it at the battle box this November. So I've told you how you can monitor these even if my stream doesn't capture it. What I will endeavor to do while I'm awake, like I said, the script does give me some option. The way I've set it up, like I can pivot to Europe if I want. I think we can do that with this stream right now. Let's do that. This is basically like a large form version of the stream you guys normally watch. Oh, I don't have it set up right, so you guys can't see this necessarily, but I do have a button off screen. I can just click it. I clicked the Europe button. Oops. Oh, hold on. Control audio. Yes. Oh, heck. Go back to Europe. So you guys can't see this, but this is an SDR in the Netherlands. I mean, that's good and fine. There's no problem with that. And if I refresh it, we can go to like another SDR. Is this even working right? I think something's broken with the way I have the button set up. You guys can't see it. It's off screen. This isn't that informative because you guys can't necessarily see where these SDRs are, but this one is in Belgium. So like I do have it set up. I can just button click and go to like SDRs in other places of the world. And if you're using SDRs, none of this is difficult, right? Like you go to rx tx.info. You know, you pick an SDR. That's fine. Nothing too complicated there. I'm telling you, just with my stream, if it happens to kick off and I'm still awake, I can pivot. But as far as the overnight, your best bet actually, especially if you're in the continental US / North America, your best bet, ladies and gentlemen, it's okay. You can go to sleep. Because even if this SDR, if I just end up, going to bed early and just sending it to the US SDRs and it doesn't capture anything, that doesn't mean you'll be totally stuck like we kind of are with the February 7th, 2024 SKYMASTer, because Null has set up these streams for us, and they should stop and be archived, hopefully. I know one time it didn't quite work right for him, but I think he's got it set up correctly this time, so we will end it. It will be saved, and you can review that audio after the fact. I do not think I have too much to add on top of any of that. So the current situation, we're waiting to see on this map if an E6 pops up. You go to ADSB Exchange or use Flight Radar 24 and just filter for military, and you're waiting to see a US Mercury E6B pop up at a Ramstein Air Base and probably start flying towards Iceland in this area, but not necessarily. I could be wrong about that, but certainly if it is today, it's going to be here. And where is Ramstein? I'm not confident enough to start scrolling in for you guys here. It's here. It's somewhere here, okay? That's fine. We know where things are. We know, folks. We don't have to prove it to the audience by zooming in specifically. We're familiar with the topic. That's fine. So, yeah, I think that's as far as structured things that I had to say. This is the part where I'm going to start rambling and being repetitive. So let's actually hop. Let's check the chat box and see, while I've been rambling at you, what sort of questions I've gotten from you. If you have a question you want to ask and you haven't dropped it, feel free to drop it in there right now. I'm just going to go through this in order and see what people are asking me about. Poopy asks, "Is it happening, bros?" Let me see if I can actually put your comments on the screen. Can I do that? Is everyone being nice? I think everyone's going to be nice if I just throw up the chat box on the stream. I have to make sure to mute it. Be nice! Be nice, everybody. Your comments will be on the screen. If the scroll is working correct, it's not working. Why is it not working? Why can't I scroll up in the chat box? There we go. Poopy asks, "Is it happening, bros? Is it happening?" Yes. Yes, it is. I had a good post. I'm going to brag about my own post quality. So, you guys know me. I'm a big nothing ever happens guy. But I think it was around this time last year I started getting annoyed with seeing everyone else saying like nothing ever happens. I'm like, I don't know how to articulate this. But I don't think people understand why the word nothing ever happens has so much appeal and like why it has like a special meaning. I could ramble at you guys, and obviously I'm capable of rambling at you guys for extended periods of time, but I could ramble at you about how like the aftermath of World War II and the advent of the nuclear program, and the way that like the world exists and countries are really just geopolitical entities formulated by geography and like some sort of like Peter Zahan fueled thing about, and then my personal grudge against the English language as the lingua franca of the world. I could do that, right? I could do that and explain that, and like all of my grievances, which other than my grievance against the English language, Most people have this sort of internalized understanding that the global map as exists right now, as nonsensical as some of the world's borders are for the most part locked in right now. And a lot of these borders do have historical precedent because just by the nature of war and the acquisition of land, and, you know, there's always going to be a Poland in Europe by virtue of the geography and the way people will establish themselves. Maybe in 500 years they'll laugh at my understanding of the world in that way, but it doesn't surprise us to look back at like 5th century maps of Europe or Europe, and be like, oh, that it looks about the same. I mean, obviously things are different, but like, you know, there's the same sort of regionalism. In particular, with the nuclear program and the effective like nuclear deterrence, nothing ever happens is at like a global scale. So like, don't, you know, expect the world map to like have massive overheavals, because when it comes to the world stage, nothing ever happens, and nothing has been happening for, what are we on, like 85, 90 years at this point? World War 245. Do the math. I'm not going to do the math for you. I had a very high GPA, but I don't feel like, don't do things that you're good at for free, I think is the expression. So I will not be calculating for you how long it's been since World War II ended. But as it says here in this very good post that I made, nothing ever happens doesn't apply to domestic US politics. And in general, nothing ever happens doesn't apply to the domestic politics of most countries, because most countries have like a political gridlock, but they don't have like a mutually assured destruction or a strong policy of deterrence. So things can still happen in your life. This is also a decent point. I think I made sure. I mean, yeah, I'll click like on that. This is a good post. You should like this post if you've not done it. I won't like my own post, not on screen. Very good post I made. You should think about what this means. This is in response to a question. What was your question? Is it happening? So nothing ever happens on the global stage, and I expect to be proven wrong on that at some point. But you know, the nuclear program and mutual deterrence has been working fairly well, and that's why we have internalized this sense that nothing ever happens. But things can still happen in your life, and things do happen in people's lives. Thank you for your question, Poopy. Rocket Man asks, how close do you think it is to happening? So again, given me just rambling at you, whether things happen on the global stage, I don't know. Whether things happen in, you know, individual lives, yeah, they happen all the time. Batsman says happenings. Thank you, Batsman. Tries not. I actually appreciate that even though nothing ever happens. I understand what I was saying, because domestically something could easily happen. I respect how much effort you put into answering Poopy's question. Yeah, no, that's fine. It's me doing the thing that I'm good at. Can I do like an Inception thing with the stream right now? Like, could I put a stream inside of a stream inside of a stream, or have we kind of hit the... How do I put more stream inside of... How do I do an Inception thing? I don't think I can do more than this. That's okay. I would have to do something in OBS. I can't be bothered. Faked Out points out that I'm implying that those with nukes will act rationally. Well, I didn't say it was perfect. I mean, I guess you sort of imply it when you say nothing ever happens as like a statement of absolute confidence, but you know, only the Sith deal in absolutes, buddy, so... Let's take a look at that. What was that? I'm doing like a Steve. What's his name? Steve Lookner? Oh my gosh. Look at the thing. We gotta turn the audio on. I gotta rewind. Oh, but if I do this, I can't actually hear the audio. So you guys will have to tell me what this is, what it sounds like.
Siganella with the test count. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This is Siganella out.
So you guys heard that. I didn't. I can't actually hear the audio of my own stream because if I turn the audio of my own stream on, it'll have an echo. So you'll have to tell me in the chat box what that was. Was that a test count? Was that, did they just announce over the radio the World War III is beginning? I don't know, but something just was audible. Could you, I hope you guys could hear it. I hope I have the audio configured correctly. It's certainly bad if like I can't hear it and you can't hear it. It was just a test. Yeah, it was probably just a test. That's okay. World War III test count. There we go. I haven't watched that guy in a while because I appreciate you guys when you're like, you know, I just watch so-and-so because they're entertaining. You know, we've all got our stuff. But I try to not watch people who are just, you know, goofballs. I'm a goofball, but like well-intended. What? So I don't remember. I know Lookner like just constantly has to go eat food. I know he's constantly thanking the mods. And I know he's constantly like reacting to things. Like he's just like, oh my, but I can't remember any of his like specific quotes. It's been a bit since I've tuned into him. Someone asked me today about what if I just type? I'm just gonna type it on screen. We're gonna do a little bit of trolling, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. I know some of his audience is always tuning in to see if I'm gonna say anything about this guy, so there you go. Take a screenshot. I'll flash it. There, that's my opinions on him. People are always curious, what do I think about? There you go. Tell him NEET Intel sent you. I could probably end the stream right now. I should have started it later because if I'd started it in like an hour later, it could have nicely segued into the expected start time, which is 55 minutes from now. But even if I did do that, if you guys have been with me for like other Skymasters, even when we know like, oh, it's going to start at, I don't know, 2 p.m. And then we get to 2 p.m. I'm just like, why aren't they doing anything? And then the other times I'm like, I'm not going to bother to like start doing anything at 2 p.m. because they're always like late. That's when they start exactly like a minute past 2 p.m. all the radioactivity starts. I'm just like, oh, for goodness sake. What else did I want to, what else can we kill time with for an hour? I tell you what, this is terrible viewing for anyone who's new to the channel. Or like if you just tune in, this will be goofy. I'm going to fix some of these links afterwards because they're clearly broken. But again, for the additional live streams, you're going to want to click that. Here you go. Or if you're more of a hands-on person, you know, the University of Twente's WebSDR, it doesn't have like limited slots or anything. So I think if you just like Bing it. I hope my name doesn't show up on screen or something, right? Okay. I wasn't sure if I was logged into Bing. You click it, there you go, start audio. We don't have to listen to that. Remember to tell these guys they're stupid. This guy in particular. I'm not joking, by the way. These people are dumb. So don't use the chat box, or if you do, just tell them they're dummies. I'll let them know. They don't know what they're talking about. But you know the obvious stuff. 11175 A90902 4724. I don't know if the buzzer is active right now. Let's just listen to the buzzer. Let's do that. Oh, I don't even... Where is the browser? There we go. Sorry, with the current configuration, I don't know if I'm always showing things on screen, so I don't think I was. So just go into Bing, just type in UTWENTE WebSDR. That's all you have to do. Don't use Google. Use Bing. Use DuckDuckGo. I forget the names of the other things. And then you go here. And you go in this chat box and tell them they're dumb. Just be like, you guys are dumb. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just tell them to go to hfgcs.com. But not right now, because there's nothing interesting. Don't say anything in the chat box, basically. Don't bother with them. They're strange. Don't worry about them. Just leave them, for your own health, leave them alone. What the? I don't remember making all of this. So you can, like, store your own memories and stuff, but I don't... What the... So these won't be relevant for Europe, I don't think. Like, these are for E6 communication. Probably won't be using these. And this is just for, like, the digital noises. Remember, don't talk to these guys. I mean, you could ask them. I'm banned, by the way. But you could be like, how do I listen to France nuclear exercise? And then you do the math thing in chat box. I'm not gonna do it. I don't like them. I think they're bad people. Station. But yeah, that's that SDR, and again, you can go to like rx.linkfunnel or rx.t/tx, whatever. Pick an SDR, and there you go. Or, like I said, in the video description, you just click that one. I'm going to make sure these links are working. I'm going to try and make sure these links are working. But the Intel Frog, the new Area 51, those are good accounts. Ascent Defender, I mean, every time he reposts me, I get like anywhere from 100 to, you know, 5,000 new followers. So cheers for that. For ACARS stuff, we haven't looked at ACARS today. We can do that right now, actually. That's something we can do while we're waiting for this, or like map. Did we just miss something again? Oh my gosh, you guys. I think it's happening. What was that? What was that? We have to rewind. You're gonna have to tell me what this is, though. I can't actually listen to my own stream, remember? Alright, so whatever that was, I don't know. Was it a test count? You tell me. We're checking the maps. We're checking the maps. No, we're not. We're checking the maps. Now we are. Can you guys see on the side? No, you can't. If you actually use adsbexchange.com, it'll actually just show you like the flags of all the things that you have on screen. So other than the PA down in the, you know, the Mediterranean that I don't really care about, nothing American. Let's take a look at the actual country that matters, the United States. I don't mean that. Don't get too upset. Nobody get mad at me for saying that. We do have some B-52s airborne. I think we were hearing B-52s earlier. What the heck? What on earth is he doing? What kind of loop-zoop nonsense? Is this guy? Holy Toledo. I don't know what he's doing. I hope he's okay. There's another B-52. He's also drawing spaghetti on the map. Good for them. I hope they're having fun. What is the U.S. military good for if a few pilots can't have some fun? Those are probably missions. Those could even be related. I don't know. I'm not saying they are. I'm not saying they aren't. I do not know. Number of P8s are airborne. Can we filter for that? Can I just type in P8 and you guys just see P8s? Those are P8s. I don't know what they do. I'm not convinced they're real, to be honest with you. There was a post I made a day or two ago. No, it was yesterday I made a post. I'm like, what are those? I don't know if they're still there. So over in Colorado... No, that's not the one I was looking at yesterday. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Radio, map. Radio, map. So, okay, we're done with America. Japan, what's going on? If you can believe it, there are Japanese military aircraft over Japan. Korea, that's probably American. Oh, it's Korea, okay. This one's American. Very good. I have tuned into live streams from like some of the people watch, and it's literally just the guy doing this. I'm like, why are you watching this? And there'll be like 500 people tuned in as a man like absentmindedly clicks the map. The only difference is that like I'm too honest in saying I don't actually know why that plane is there. There is a sweet spot though when it comes to like being a like an open source intelligence like live streamer. If you don't know anything and you're very honest about it, like if you just zoom in on this, you're like, I don't know what this is. That's not good content. Nobody likes that. But like if you don't know anything and like you zoom in on this and you're like, why is that P8 there? Guys, that is a US military Boeing P8 Poseidon with registration code AE689. That is extremely concerning. That could be there because of the recent things with Russia, like the drone over the airplane yesterday, the airport. This is a big deal. Like if you do that, like if you don't know and you just start making like these asinine connections for a live stream, you will get like 1,000 viewers a night if you keep it up, if you do it consistently. But if you do like what I do, which is sort of this mishmash of, well, I don't know what this plane is. I don't know why that's there. And like zooming in, and I actually don't do this too. I tend to do the E6s very often, but I don't think any E6s are airborne right now. If you just like zoom in to an E6 and pretend this is an E6 and just go like, yeah, they do that. Like that's where it flies and it does that like almost every day of the year. There's nothing to freak out about. That's also not. It's informative and it's more useful, but it's very bad for YouTube. And it's very bad for X because X is monetized now, and being monetized has turned out to be very bad for content because just people fishing for that. So there you go. I don't think anyone asked me for my advice and tips on running like an open source intelligence social media account, but there you go. And I think the worst perpetrator of that, you guys drive me nuts with the Pentagon Pizza account. That guy's a blithering moron. He either is a blithering moron or he's pretending to be a blithering moron because of the dynamics that I just said. But like he doesn't understand like selection bias whatsoever. And you can, and you know, if you look at some of his posts, sometimes they'll just be like, oh, like I'm allowed to just post whatever I want, and it's not a big deal. But then you'll see some of his other posts, and he is so high off of his own supply. He actually thinks checking like how busy a pizza shop is an absolute indicator, not like a weak indicator or something to like dig in more. He thinks the Pentagon Pizza Index on its own tells you the World War III is about to cook off, and he's like, I'm gonna set up a Substack to explain this to you guys. Baffling, absolutely baffling. Oh, SKG, Sky King General is if you guys don't know, you guys should know because I started off as like an informal spin-off from Sky King General, but the threads are not so good. Also, they won't put hfgcs.com in the copy pasta for a new thread because they think that hfgcs.com is like, that I want to steal your cookies or something. They're like, don't post it because it's stealing cookies. No, the Pentagon Pizza guy wants to start a Substack. I should show your comments on the stream again so that people know what I'm answering / talking to. So there's like a nice proper way to show people's chat box comments on stream that like looks, professional. Like it would show up on as a box on the bottom of the stream, but I don't have StreamYard set up and I'm not about to install like 50 plugins for OBS. But here we'll just, can I zoom in? There we go. This is top tier. This is YouTube at its maximal. Yeah, no, the I have him blocked. I'm not going to show you his account because I just want to complain about him and not provide him like too much attention. Just want to complain about him for 5 minutes straight. He wants to start a Substack. His thing is literally just, I'm going to take a Google screenshot of how busy a pizza shop is. And this tells you that World War III is about to happen. And people other than me have been pointing out he's an idiot. And he's like, no, you don't get it. I'm going to start a Substack about it. So... in this abstract form, people looking at pizza indexes for hours on end is hilarious. It is, but I have the personality that's like you collectively, like you guys are mental. Not you, I'm just saying like the abstract general population. That account has like 300,000 followers. Or some, like it has hundreds of thousands of followers, and like all of his posts get enough views and likes that he's making decent money doing that. I was like, what is wrong with everyone? Why is that how the world works now? And then I get a little bit quiet because I'm a little bit sad that that's how the world works. Oh my god! There's a P8. Unbelievable. I'm kidding. That's not anything. Wait a minute. 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 What? Oh, there's nothing. Radio. Not too much. So we have 40 minutes. I could do that for another 40 minutes. And it might not start at 40 minutes on the dot. We could look at some things together. Do we want to do that? It's kind of up to the audience. If the audience starts grumbling in the chat box, like, just end the stream, bro, we can do that. But let's hold on. I'm gonna take a moment to take a look at some of the replies and DMs that I've gotten. If anyone's mad at me. Nobody's mad at me. That's good. Thank you for not being mad at me. For SKYMASTER. Refueling with the... Let's throw this up on the screen. So I don't know if they're watching the stream right now, but thank you, Dragon Mediator, for tagging me on this. The new Area 51. Zolar 1-1 and 1-2. B-2 stealth bombers are refueling on a track over Nova Scotia. And I just remembered we were going to talk about ACARs. So we haven't looked at ACARs during the stream. So we've still got some content, ladies and gentlemen. So the link to this is in the video description already. I'll probably make sure later that the thing is working. I don't know if it works if you just type in B2. Probably not. Yeah, that's not going to work. To know where the B2 is going, and they, as far as I know, I have not heard them use the HFGCS. Certainly off the top of my head, I can't think of an instance. I think a week or two ago, I was reading someone posting about they thought like once in 10 years they'd heard the B2. I don't know, but they don't usually. We hear B52s fairly often. We've heard them yesterday. We've already heard them today. B2s not so much. I don't think you can find them doing ACARs. You would have to actually listen to like, oh, I don't know what they're called. The air traffic controllers. Because they still have to deal with them. For the most part. I'm sure they can find wonky ways to work around that. But just since we're here, then we'll hop back to that post. Anything going on with ACARs in the last, I don't know, hour or so? 9 hours ago, 6 hours ago. Nar. No. Okay. So let's hop back to, make sure we hop back to it on the screen for you. So I can't tell you when that's going to reach wherever it's going. That would be interesting if that ends up participating. But that would push back the ETA. Let's just ask right now. Hi, Grok. How long does it take a B2 to fly across the Atlantic Ocean? Is that big enough for you guys to read? $6 hours. So I hope it's not necessarily involved in what we're waiting for, because that's like 6 hours from now. I don't feel like waiting 6 hours. I will be asleep and so will you. What else is going on in the timeline? I think I have a decent timeline, so let's just quickly look through here. Phenomenal thing to land on. Very interesting. It appears as though a flight of U.S. Air Force B-2A Spirit long-range strategic stealth bombers are currently preparing to cross the Atlantic towards Europe. All nuclear strike exercises are ongoing in France, and the U.S. Navy E-6 Mercury Airborne Nuclear Command Post to Communication Relay sits at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. So what people are going to post about is all the stuff that happened yesterday with the drones over the airports, and that you have these Russian airspace incursions in NATO airspace. And today, President Trump said, you know, just shoot them down, or like he recommends. I don't remember his specific phrasing, but he was just like, yeah, just shoot it down. So people are going to connect that. But I do think the B2 thing, we need to talk about the Trident as well. There's a lot to cover, actually, so there's no need for me to go to tangents. But just to refresh, no, not Molt 77. Molt 11 last year, for the February Skymaster that we looked at, that was a B2. It wasn't a B52, so it could be related, right? It could be. I don't know, but a B2 would take a while to cross the Atlantic, so I'm not staying up for that. I actually have things to do in the morning, and I bet you do too, so it's just one of those things you go to bed and see what the recordings say. That's a while ago. This is some secret. I was not intending to pull this up, but there's like some secret. You guys have your not. It's no one watching the stream right now. But like there are these guys and they have like their secret little invite only forums, and they're like, "Well, I knew about it." I'm like, "No, you didn't. You're liars. You're liars. If you knew about it, you would post about it in the open instead of your secret little forums." and you'd have recordings. Do you hear me, Dark Sky? And Magnum? And Steamy? You guys are liars. I challenge you to post your content in the open. I'm yelling at people about posts they made like a year ago. But yeah, I don't even know if they still exist. They have like these secret invite only forums. It's like, what are you doing? You're not going to go to prison for posting this stuff online. Look how many live streams and recordings and videos I've made. I'm not going to prison. You don't have to keep it secret for whatever it is you're doing. And if you didn't keep it secret, there'd probably be someone smarter than me making videos like this, and you wouldn't have to listen to me rambling. I think we've done okay though, right? Are we having a good live stream? I think it's all right. It's getting a little wobbly, but it's not too bad. What else is going on in the world? I mean, so again, you had those drones yesterday over Copenhagen. I don't know how you say it. This is another good account. I like them. I always say Orenson, but there's not actually an R in their username. Uh-oh. There are 2 U.S. Navy P-8s south of Gotland, northwest of Kaliningrad. Seeing one of these is rather uncommon, 2 not so much. Likely not related, maybe available. This is another good account. What I used to be able to... I've never actually been able to say this with this account. Would just be like see who I'm following and follow them. Because sometimes I follow goofy accounts. I don't know if this account is goofy or not, but... yeah, I don't check everyone I follow. This guy's entertaining. And some people I just follow to see how they're going to go. Some people I follow because they are good at music. Neon Eyes is this cool... So they're Chinese, but they're emulating like Japanese idols from the 80s. It's very cool. You should check them out. Neon Eyes Shanghai. There's an underscore in their username. Check them out. The U.S. Ambassador to Japan. I just saw him. Sir Humphrey. Good accounts. Follow them. These people I don't know. I'm not going to shut them out. I don't know who they are. Let's focus on things we actually know about. Let's check our timeline again. Me posting. So earlier today we had a... that's me posting. A quad 8, or as I am now permanently in the habit of calling them, a 8 message. So that's just broadcast by the E6 over VLF as a digital noise. That's fine. Still interesting when you find them. We have some commentary. It does feel like today is an interesting day though. Let's take a look at the map again. So this is stuff we've already seen, but I just want to contextualize this a little bit because I remember one of you were supposed to remind me to talk about this directly. So this is happening right now with these French planes. We know based on people who track this stuff that the French are right now doing a nuclear exercise where they're, practicing how they would use their nuclear weapons in the case of a major conflict. And that is happening as we're waiting to see if the U.S. military does its SKYMASTER exercise, which is, I believe, to be the same thing. But this time they're practicing either European centralized or just like a European component of how their, end of the world war game would look like. And they're doing that at the same time. I suppose that's interesting. And what I immediately occurred to me is, well, how often do these exercises happen at the same time? And, thanks to the advent of AI, I don't have to just leave that as an open question for someone with time on their hands to try and figure out. We just go back to Grok and say, let's just pick last year. What were the dates of France's So it's apparently a quarterly exercise. So it should have been 3 or 4 times last year, maybe more, maybe less. Let's take a look at these. The night of January 7th through 8th, 2024. Let's go back. So their first exercise was 2 or 3 days before the first SKYMASTER of 2024. The second one was the night of April 10th through 11th. I'm looking at this with you guys in real time. I didn't look at this before. That's right before the April SKYMASTER, the first one. Poker 24-3 happened the night of September 24th, going into the 25th. That's why, like, either right before or the exact same time as the September SKYMASTER last year. And then they're December 18th, 2024. So as far as I know, we haven't had any SKYMASTERs in November or December the last little bit. I think I'm not going to pull up the historical dates. I don't have that slide immediately on hand anymore. I think they tended to not happen. So there could be one that's just like totally just France doing its own thing. However, now I'm a little curious. Can I pull it up easily? Did I cover December last year? That's 2023. December, I don't have time cards for it. I mean, I have the recordings. 24, 12, 18. 29 character EAM. Is that the only thing of remark that was worth putting? I'm fairly conservative with those, though. So you'd have to check, I guess. Wait, was that the right date? December 17th/18th. What about the 17th? You'd have to go back. I'm just going to check. I can't pull it up on screen for you, but I want to see did I bother to make transcriptions for that time last year. 24. I did. I don't know how to put it up on screen for you guys, but December... I have December 18th and not the 17th. And I don't know if this was comprehensive or not, but yeah, there was a bunch of EAMs of like weird character lengths. That's interesting. I'd want to look into it more. I need to rename that because this has nothing to do with S2 Underground. You should check out S2 Underground, by the way. Coinciding with global ICBM tests, but unrelated. How do they know, or is this Grok hallucinating? That's something to... What about 2023? Or just, what about this year? Because I'm more immediately familiar with what happened this year with SKYMASTER. March 25th. Okay, so that's nothing. Unless we just missed it. June 10th through 11th. No. Projected. Who's projecting it? Someone should look into this. Or basically just check. If these two dates are correct, then right now being a Skymaster and a Poker exercise at the same time may be a coincidence. Or maybe like this one always matches, but the other ones don't necessarily. Something to look into. I'm not necessarily going to be the one to look into that. I like leaving you guys homework, whether you do it or not. But yeah, that's interesting. But let's go back to the map. Oh, it's happening! It's happening! Oh my god! Guys! Holy... It's post this! Post... Oh my god, it's happening! Guys, it's happening! Holy cow, this is it! This is it, you guys! This is really happening. Look, 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 look. How many people are tuned in? Did I just get 1,000 viewers? What if I keep doing that? If I do that enough, can we get 1,000 viewers? How many viewers do I have? 6? That's the other stream. 34. Guys, do something. Tell people Amanda's having a heart attack on this stream. Unbelievable. Look, the E6 is taking on. I need to actually post this so that people are aware. Or can one of you guys post it? If someone posts on X and use that, like, you have to do like take a screenshot and like do the hashtag with the hex code Alpha Echo Delta Alpha 3 Echo, the thing in the top left. If you post that, I will repost you. How about that? Is that a deal? Can we do that? Actually happening, you guys. Did somebody post it? I'll repost you. But that's fine. I just sent it to somebody. Maybe they'll post about it. Unbelievable. Nobody's posting it. That's fine. How long would it take him to get... Why am I asking things out loud when Grok exists? Grok, how long would it take a Mercury E6B to fly from Ramstein Air Base to Faroe Islands? Is it Faroe or Faroe? Or am I just way off? I'm gonna ask ChatGPT as well. I don't know how much I trust Grok with this stuff. Did you post it? I will repost you. There we go. I reposted you. Patriot. Oh my word. ChatGPT is currently computing the flight time for me. Did Grok solve it? One hour and 53 minutes. I don't have an hour and 53 minutes of me rambling on top of just rambling for like 2 hours. We're not going to do that. So like anything, we're going to wrap the stream up soon. So any major stuff you guys will want to follow over on X. Does ChatGPT give us a better answer? I can't show you guys it on screen because you'll see my name. I don't want to give you my name just for obvious reasons. You could be a serial killer. If flown at dash speed, the airborne time drops to 1.7 hours. Hour 44. Yeah, it's saying like 2 hours. And just giving me a lot of strange questions. Or sorry, specifications. So it's not imminent. Let's go actually look at the thing. Something is happening on the map and I'm just staring at nonsense. Did I just show you my name on screen? Oh my god. Please tell me the thing on the bottom blocked my name off. Thank God. Not that I actually suspect any of you being like serial killers, but yeah. I'm closing ChatGPT. That was goofy. We're good. We're good. Do not freeze the frame and see if you can find my name. Or actually do that. And tell me if you can, because that's bad. Now I have to check. Where is it? I'm glad that the stream is comfy. I'm just momentarily terrified. There was a stream once where I had my name on screen and I was just like cool and didn't point it out, and I don't think anybody noticed it, and I just deleted the stream a day or two later. I haven't had anyone call me on the phone with like a weird voice being like, "This is the US military, we know who you are." So that's good. There's our guy. He's not doing anything. He needs to do more. Oh. Other people posted it, but Trisnot was first. I'm wondering if full-scale nuclear exercise by NATO. Crystal Miku has just joined us, and Crystal Miku is wondering what is going on. Well, I tell you what. Let's take a 5-minute break. Or a 10-minute break. What does Lookner do? You guys watch Lookner. How long are Lookner's breaks? He always puts like Steve Lookner is taking a break to eat. Eaten all day. Back in 10 minutes. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pull a Steve Lookner. Lookner's breaks are 30 minutes? You guys just stare at nothing for half an hour? That's free money. He gets free money. I have to like tap dance for you guys. Hundreds of people just staring at nothing. Unbelievable. I'm not too sure what to do for the audio while I take a break. The one thing I noticed Steve does is he like will just put up that he's on break, but he doesn't say when he started his break or when he ended it, which is like totally useless to the audience. But I am actually going to take a break. For the audio, I mean, I can do like a configuration of options here. Like I can turn them all on. Can I? I can't even turn them all on. Oh yes, they are all on. Okay, hold on. I can either turn them all on at the same time or have none of them on. Or I can just play that like cool jazz music we had going earlier. Let's do this. I'm going to turn them all on. But like turn down the volume. Hold on. I have a plan. Here's what we'll do. I'm actually going to take like a 5-minute break. I'm not going to pull a Lookner and be gone for half an hour. I just want a cup of cup of water. And I have to take care of something, and I'll be right back. I have to move that down. That's too high. I like that it actually says Steve Lookner. I hope he doesn't sue me. I'll be back. Hello. That's very I'm sorry, that was a very loud hello. I just remembered why I went on break. Like, Crystal Miku was like, I just joined, what's going on? I'm like, this is a good time for a break. Which is terrible for Crystal Miku. What's going on? Should we do like a recap? Or do we keep going? Streams are so, I'm too self-aware for streams, is part of the issue. But we do now have this E6. He's flying, ladies and gentlemen. He is up in the air. And what's the time? Oh, shoot. Look. I'm talking over them talking. What is wrong with me?
This is mainsail. Please stand by for authentication. Over. Ringbull. This is mainsail. I request you authenticate Charlie, Delta, Oscar. I say again, please authenticate Charlie,
Okay. Oh, they're talking.
Delta, Oscar. How copy, over. Mainsail, this is Ringbull. I authenticate Charlie, Delta, Oscar with uniform. Again, I authenticate Charlie, Delta, Oscar with uniform. If correct, my station requests you authenticate Alpha, Lima, November. Again, if correct, my station requests you authenticate Alpha, Lima, November. How copy, over. Ringbull. This is mainsail. I authenticate Alpha, Lima, November with Quebec. I say again, Alpha, Lima, November with Quebec. If correct, I have you entering the net at 0227 Zulu. How copy, over. Mainsail, this is Ringbull. I have my station checking into the net at 0227 Zulu. My station requires no further assistance at this time. Ringbull out.
Okay, so the call sign was probably Ring Bowl or something. I would have to double check that one. I thought it was Red Bull, and I was like, that's a badass call sign, but it's actually not badass. It's just something mundane. They so often are. That's fine. They can do that. I don't, But given that that was audible, well, let's double check before we get too excited. We double check, guys. We double check. Is there any other E6 that just took off? Because it could possibly be one on the East Coast. There's a couple things we can check. That's from Qatar. Just, that was weirding me out for a second. E6, E6, E6. Type code. So it's possible it was an E6 over the continental US, but I'm just thinking because the reception was good on the European SDR, and usually the European SDRs are not great at picking up the E6s over the continental US, that probably was this guy, and especially because of checking in like relatively soon after taking off. That was like what, 20 minutes after taking off, so that's pretty typical for when they would do that. I would want to double check and see if I've ever heard other ring. Let me do it off screen. Ring bull. So it could be ring bull. Not 100%, but it was definitely not Red Bull, unfortunately. We'll go with ring bull for now. It's not a big deal. Yeah, there's a couple B-52s over the continental US, or there were like as of half an hour ago. Can we go back? They were down here being nuts. Yeah, there's 2 of them. Wait, that's not the B-52. I don't know where the second one is. There was a second one in this vicinity. We looked at it earlier and I got all bothered by its flight path. I think it was somewhere above Houston. There's 2. The other one had a weirder flight path, actually. So if you find him and check his history, he's being an absolute menace to society. But listen, if they're having fun, this is what I said earlier. If they're having fun, don't, what's the harm? So 2 B-52s, an E6 active over Europe. Let's do that recap I promised you guys. And for everyone who's been here the whole time, just bear with me. And for anyone who is joining, you're not going to get the full thing, because if you need a recap, you have to rewind all the way to the start and listen to me ramble for 2 hours. So I'll give you like the Cole's Notes version here. And if I'm too long on any particular point, or I don't know, you don't follow what I'm saying, feel free to correct me in the chat box. I'll take a look every few minutes or so. Oh, hold on. We have some audio. What I would say the most important part of the recap, actually, before we really get going, and this is going to look for the moment like very unprofessionally YouTube-y, but I don't care. If you scroll down to the video description, these 6 streams you see on your screen right now in front of you, I'm just going to close that so nobody cusses. You guys wouldn't cuss, but who knows. Those streams in front of you, if you want to watch those without me rambling over them, or like something happens where I'm like, oh, there was a message, but I accidentally just talked over it and didn't have the audio on. If you scroll down, there's a lot of links for you here, but if you click this one, this is going to give you Null. He's a friend of the project. He has, those are where most of the, well, 5 of the 6 streams are coming from. And then if you go to the main NEET Intel channel, well, I have 2 live streams going on right now. 50 of you happen to be tuned into me rambling at you. But if you want the main one, where it's just me rambling over, not rambling, you can tune into this one. So this is the commentary stream. This is where I am, prattling on and sharing information for you. But if you don't want the rambling, you're like, this guy doesn't know what on earth he's talking about, and he's talking over the things that I want to listen to, those are your options. Here on HFGCS.com, YouTube/NEET, you've got your 2 stream options. Like I said, if you check the chat box description, the streams that we have up on screen, those are available to you. So at any point, if we miss any audio or anything like that, someone's saying SKYMASTER is already calling. Is that the case? I do not know. So it could already be beginning, and I could be talking over it. How do I go back? SKYMASTER is calling. Is this the case? Did somebody hear SKYMASTER? Is that why 50 of you are tuned in? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's happening? Is it happening? Can we get a confirmation on which SDR did we hear the SKYMASTER? Ladies and gentlemen, it could be happening as we speak. But I haven't given you the recap. While we wait for some confirmation, let's just do the recap. So the recap, September 24 from the Intel. The recap is 3 weeks ago, I made a post saying you could expect a SKYMASTER event this month. September 17th or 24 are your more likely dates. Well, September 17th was last week. Nothing happened. Today is September 24th, and it looks like things are happening. What exactly is happening? 2 days ago, 3 days ago? On September 21st, an E6 took off from the continental US, and based on some ACARS messages and also just following the thing, it landed at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. Now, the last time an E6 was at Ramstein Air Base in Germany was back in 2024. This is not this week. This is from February 2024. The same thing happened. An E6 left the US, went to Ramstein Air Base in Germany. 2 days after doing that, sorry, I think about a week after doing that, in this case, it left Germany. It flew to, well, just east of the Faroe Islands, and we heard a SKYMASTER event. Now, I have some speculation there in this comment from around the time that I may have related to NATO exercise Steadfast Defender, but we don't know that for sure, so don't get too hung up on that. And this was able to be anticipated in advance, and there are some airspace reservations. And where we're at right now is in a similar circumstance. If we check out our map, here's our E6, and like I was saying, as no later than 3 weeks ago, I was saying that today is a possible day for a SKYMASTER event. Lo and behold, we have an E6 leaving Ramstein Air Base, and it is flying. Now, where is it flying? We don't quite know yet. What I want to do when we have a moment, when we're done the recap, is checking if this flight path matches the flight path from February 2024. But we did earlier in the stream take a look at an airspace reservation. I'm going to have to pull this up right now for you in real time. Not that one. If we do an FAA search for the flight information region where the E6 was in February of 2024, we pull up an interesting airspace reservation. Not that one. This one. That went into effect 8 minutes ago and is going to last for another, 7.5 hours. And if we check the location of where this is, if you want the details of all this and how you pull it up, I went into more detail over the last 2 hours. We did this very slow and painfully, so anyone not familiar knows how to do this. But I'm just doing the very quick version for you here. we see where that airspace reservation 4 is. Now, it's not the same place as last year because, as you see on the map, this year it's to the left of the Faroe Islands. Last year was to the right. Now, am I 100% sure that this is the right airspace reservation? No. This is a guess. But it should become apparent over the next hour and a half, depending on the flight of the E6, which again, we're watching in real time, to see if he heads to that same location. If that's what ends up happening, then because there are some recordings on the internet, not a lot because I happened to be asleep during the February 2024 SKYMASTER, but we would have some idea of what to expect. Earlier, I discussed other possibilities for what might happen. A lot of technicals. I don't want to get bogged in the details too much right now, folks. But for now, we're just going to stick with our theory A, I guess you could call it, which is that this is what seems to be happening. Are we following so far? Good. What else do we talk about? Oh, yes, the other part of the map. And this is quite interesting because it happens to be the case that the French military is conducting its own major nuclear exercise right now. Now, not all of these are French aircraft, but if I do a quick filter for France, these are all French aircraft. Now, I'm not going to pretend to know much about the French nuclear poker exercise. That's their code name for it. But these guys are doing that. If you would like more information and suggestions of accounts to follow about the French poker exercise, I have some links in the description of the video that you are watching right now. So you can check those guys out. So we have these things going on. That's your quick summary. That's like the very, very fast. I've skipped a lot of things to kind of get you up to speed with what we're watching. Now, if this E6 is headed to the Faroe Islands, it'll probably become obvious over the next hour and a half or so. But it could take up to, 2 hours to get there and really be sure of what's going on. I'm just going to pause for a moment just to make sure the technicals are all still working. Great. Now, one thing that I talked about that is important, and I've already said, if you want to watch the streams, you have the links available to you in the description. If you don't want to listen to me rambling. The other thing is the timing of this exercise is a little bit bleh, because, well, if you're in North America, as I happen to be, just checking my watch, yes, it is getting to be a little bit late. You may have to go to bed soon. I certainly have to go to bed soon. But the nice thing about having more of an idea of how these exercises are and what to do is setting up recorded streams so that this will all be available for you to review in the morning. Now, what you might expect, we talked about a few different possibilities of what this SkyMaster could sound like, but basically, interesting radio traffic. What else is going on right now? We were looking earlier on X. Can we pull up X? Sure, we can pull up X. Where is that? There we go. Now, I'm sure a lot of people are talking about this right now. Take a look at two people. So, the new Area 51... Oh, there you go. He found the airspace reservation. That's good. So it's the B2 that we're interested in, possibly. That's actually a tanker. But I assume he has this based on air traffic control. Their B2 is leaving the continental U.S. getting refueled right now. Doesn't quite speculate on where it may go. But as Ocean Defenders said here, very interesting. It appears as though a flight of U.S. Air Force B-2 Spirit long-range strategic stealth bombers are currently preparing to cross the Atlantic towards Europe, all while nuclear strike exercises are ongoing in France, as I discussed briefly for you just now, and a U.S. Navy Airborne Command Post and Communications Relay sits at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, which, as we just looked at, is actively in the air right now. There's the map. So what I just said earlier 5 minutes ago was I want to check right now for our benefit, and I'm going to do this off screen for a few reasons, is compare the current flight path of the E6 to the E6's flight path in February of 2024. So give me a moment to manage that off screen. I'll just do like a lazy toggle back and forth. I have to find the hex code. Nobody posted the hex code of the E6 last year. Did I not do it? Oh god. Okay, it was AE0412. Thank you, guys. Almost there, ladies and gentlemen. I promise. 240207. Okay. So this is our guy right now. This is the live E6 that is flying towards we don't know where yet. This is the previous historical. This is last year, the E6 that flew to the Faroe Islands. This is the flight path that he took. Okay. This is going to be a pain. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be able to, like, exactly line these things up, but I think you get an idea. Let's do the opposite and actually just zoom in more. Like, he's flying right now. He's headed for, like, straight over Rotterdam. Last time he did not fly straight over. Like, he flew more north over Rotterdam to get where he was going. But the other thing, we have to look that there is a difference in the airspace reservations between February of last year and this year. So I quote retweeted last year's reservation. So this is thanks to Etienne. So that's where that one was. And we have the mapper somewhere. If not, we can just quickly pull it up again. Yeah, okay, it's there. So this is the current airspace reservation. This is west of the Faroe Islands. Blanking. A lot of tabs open, ladies and gentlemen. Right. So last time it was southwest of the Faroe Islands. Last year it was, sorry, that's southeast. Southeast of the Faroe, no, west. What am I saying? East. Pause. That is east of the Faroe Islands. This year it is west of the Faroe Islands. So it's flying a little bit different, so I guess you don't expect a perfectly overlapping flight plan. That's fine. These things don't have to match one-to-one. It can look different. Yeah, that actually makes sense. So I think we did have the right airspace reservation. So to answer a question that I asked on X, if you guys saw it when I made it earlier today, do I have that on screen? When I asked what goes on here, we have our answer. That's what goes on here. Lots of notifications. What's going on? Ago. That's fine. People following. Good. 20,000 views. Oh my gosh. What's happening? There. We're promoting ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you promote yourself in the economy of ideas. Map. So we're waiting for him to reach the Faroe Islands. We're waiting for him to like go over here. Ish. And to go from there to here, what did we say earlier? 2 hours. So probably like another hour and a half. And obviously the French exercise is still ongoing. I need to filter for military. Oh, so we do have a confirmation that SKYMASTER was heard at 2:31. So as I was saying earlier, the way the stream is set up, I can't hear the audio of my own stream, but we're going to go back right now. $20 ago. So that you guys can hear it, and I'll listen offline, I guess. Okay, so that was obviously earlier. But yes. We heard the SKYMASTER thing at 2:31. And that would basically line up. Are you guys mad at the post I made? Any ACARs around this exercise? Oh, hello. We looked at it briefly earlier. It was quite ugly when I had it up on screen because it occurred to me on like short notice to even check. So thanks to ACARs, we know which E6 this is over here. Which isn't like the most thing. We figured that out a few days ago, and then earlier. I don't think it works on this. Oh, it is working on this browser. Hold on. No, it's not that your site is ugly. It's that I had it like all poorly cropped. It renders horribly in one of the browsers, but it's working fine right now. It was an issue with the browser more than the site, actually. We looked at this, I don't know, half an hour, an hour ago. That's the one that, this is the SKYMASTer. ETAR 217. So ETAR for folks, so anyone who doesn't know what ACARS is, you're not going to be too far behind me because I just think of them as weird text messages sent digitally. And that's like a horrible way of understanding them, I think. But this is the E6 that we know is the SKYMASTer right now. Let me throw him up on the map right now. That's even worse. That's this guy. That was the thing we heard SKYMASTer calls it 231. I'm pretty sure we heard it check in as Ring Bull or whatever about half an hour ago. 20 minutes ago. Timing is going to be rough. I'm not keeping great notes on my end here. But that's that guy, and we know his normal call sign is Alpha Echo 041C. So if we now go back to our fun browser, 39 minutes ago, he sent a flight plan? They send these things, and I just know enough to recognize some things. So ETAR, what you do, you bing and you're done. You just copy that and then just say, what is that? And that helps you basically confirm, because we know that this thing is flying out of Ramstein Air Base. So that's just telling us basically that message. If we go back to it now. ETAR, it's saying it's leaving that location and it's eventually going to go back to that location. I don't know what this stuff means. I'm sorry. So that's not telling us anything new. What I was wondering, and I imagine the answer would just be like a hard no. And you can do not that. I don't know why I added the dash. This works. But I don't think you can look up B2s. I don't think the B2s use ACARs. And I don't think they use the HFGCS. I think we only ever really know about them because they have to use air traffic control once in a while. Or the tankers mention them when they're talking air traffic control. Because that's what people are kind of keen on right now. And that's what it has precedent with the February 2024 SKYMASTer that a B2 flew over to Europe and was involved, but to sort of see it. And the Bald Geek has posted about it, and so has Scent Defender. And by the way, everybody, if you check the description of the video, I've said this I don't know how many times now, lots of links to accounts that I'm bringing up. And if when the stream ends, I realize that I brought up some channel or resource I don't anticipate talking about, I'll add it to the description. But these in particular are, I guess, we're interested to see if they'll be involved. But from their position, I asked Grok, and the B2s, they're presumably headed to Europe. but it could still take them a few hours, and by few I mean 3-4 hours, if our AI friends are correct, to get to Europe. So we're watching those. It would be very generous on my part to say that I'm watching the French nuclear exercise. I mean, I'm basically just like occasionally scrolling over and being like, "Yep, that's the French military." Oh, have they all landed? Or have I set filters incorrectly? Let's just apply filters again. Do I have any national filters? No, I don't. Is bro landing? Interesting. That's Italian. That doesn't quite matter. So I don't know if that's wrapping up or if I don't know enough about French military exercise to tell you if that's wrapping up or not, but that is going on. Waiting to see where this guy goes. And the B2s could be flying over to yeah. Oops. I don't know why I always have to deal with this, but there's a question in the chat box. Am I transgender? I think this comes, it could just be like spontaneous, but I think it comes from another YouTube channel that does not like me. No, I'm not. I don't know where that comes from. I think it's fine to you. The assertion is like, oh, your profile picture is an anime girl or whatever. That means you're transgender, which is just nuts. Because I've been using like anime girl profile pictures for like 15 years on the internet. It's only been like the last few years where people are like, that means that you are transgender. That's nonsense. 2721 Whiskey Hotel. The Hitman asks, am I an absolute hero internet legend? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm just the guy posting online, honestly. What? So I'm kind of following the chat box right now. Message 1 Foxtrot Oscar Alpha time 2721 Whiskey Hotel. When was that? And just for anyone, I've said this a few times, but for a recap, if you want the streams that you see on screen without me talking over them, links are available in the description. And because of the way I have the stream set up, I can't actually hear the audio. So I can both like be talking over it and totally oblivious to it. So I can check every once in a while, but I will be a little bit awkward. At this point, I've sort of done a in detail summary of, oh, hold on. So I will keep an eye on the left screen.
Last caller, this is oxidation. Please say again last, over. Please say again last, over. 11-1-1-75, message of 4 items.
So this is gonna get messy because I'm... How do I do this? All right, so if... Okay, I don't think the microphone was on. If you've just joined us in the last 10 or 20 minutes, you've joined us at the good part, basically, because we've gotten to the stage where we are actually hearing the SKYMASTER traffic. We've gotten to the part where... Oops. That's historical data, don't get caught up on that. We've gotten to the part where we do have an E6 airborne. It looks like it is headed to, I believe, west of the Faroe Islands. So you've joined at the good part. But if you've just joined, you probably don't know. I was talking about this earlier. The way I have this stream set up, a little bit messy. Because to avoid an echo for you guys, and there's, I don't understand technology sometimes. And I have very bad luck with technology. I can't listen to my own audio. because it'll cause an echo if I do. So I can't hear what you guys are hearing. And there's every possibility of me talking over things. So that's why the description has links to the individual streams. That's why I'm running this commentary stream as an additional stream to the standard one. And links to the standard stream, both, if you just go to the front page of the channel, or even just the live stream tab, or however you happen to get to it, this is the stream, that we're looking at in the middle. Those are SDRs in the US, but as I talked about earlier in the stream at great detail, you may have a hard time listening to this by using US SDRs, which is not common for SKYMASTER events, but every once in a while the Europeans luck out and have better reception. So that's why the additional streams are on screen. But you can access those yourself as well, and recordings will be available for folks afterward just by clicking the link to Null's channel. Or I suppose you could just do a search for HFGCS Live. So if I talk over something, or if I don't even notice something's been broadcast, it's okay, because you'll still have that audio available for you to listen to. As you guys can see, the tabs on the left are again a little bit messy. More than a little bit messy and repetitive, so let's not dwell on that too much. What I will try and do right now, because I've been streaming for 2 hours, coming up on 2 hours, 3 hours. How long have I been streaming? Somebody tell me. A while. And part of the reason I did this stream is not to come on and say, oh, I called it. It doesn't really, that I called it means anyone could call it. So I just walk through some of that rationale. It's more to explain that these resources are available to you, so that even though I'm about to go to sleep, and some of you may also be going to sleep, the recordings will be available to you in the morning. Now, as far as questions in the chat box about whether this is real, or it's a real exercise, or whatever, you can probably infer based on the fact that I'm telling you I'm going to bed soon, that I don't expect the ceiling to cave in, right? And I don't think anyone who usually monitors these things is expecting the ceiling to cave in. However, two things. Things can still be interesting, right? There's a big range between something happening on a global scale and also just something being interesting. So it's not like, oh, I'm expecting the next Skymaster to end the world. It's like, no, I'm expecting the next Skymaster to be interesting, along the lines of, this is probably what World War III would sound like if it happened. The other thing, I don't really like this talking point, but I totally understand where people are coming from. And I will say this time more than other times, you had the stuff going on the day before, like 24 hours ago, with the drones above the major European airports. You have the things going on with the Russian incursions into NATO airspace, and some of them are ambiguous and murky, and you look at them and it's just, well, that's not literally a incursion into airspace. I don't know if that one counts. So I acknowledge that as like a thing. That's totally fine. Or sorry, that it's not totally fine. So that can play into what we're looking at here, maybe. But no, I'm going to sleep. And if you're in North America, you're probably going to sleep soon. So these recordings will be available for those people who are interested. For anyone who's like locked in the zone right now, we can go through this again right now real quick. If you want to listen to the radio activity, I've got to update the text on screen there, or at least just go back to just hide it for now because it's not meaningful. If you want to listen to it, the HFGCS frequencies 472-4892-1175-15016. And as I was explaining earlier, this is one of those instances where you'll probably hear more if you're using SDRs located in Europe. So for the guys who are always listening with the University of Twente SDR, historically, I'm griping at you guys and saying, we'll pull up the slideshow here. If you were listening with SDRs in Europe, you missed 5 or 6 of these in 2023. If you go to 2024, I think you heard one of these. No, you heard 2 of 3. You heard 2 of 9. Right now, well, obviously this is a SKYMASTER. We heard SKYMASTER, so this is one you heard better using an SDR in Europe than you did an SDR in North America. And that is 1 of 8. The U20 guys have had a bad record this year. But this is the time where if you're listening with European SDRs, you're hearing more. So the main screen, like the HFGCS.com live stream, I'm going to leave it on US SDRs. But if you want to listen to yourself, you have Nell's live streams. And if you use resources like rx.linkfunnel.net, I'll show that on screen again. There you go. You'll want to look at these, and you want to know which SDRs you already are familiar with. Now is not the time to familiarize yourself with which ones might be. I'll show you that link as well if you're interested. This is both Kiwi SDRs and Open Web and Web SDRs. It's a larger directory you can look through. That's another resource. As far as, so that's radio. That's how you have the radio thing covered if you're locked in. The maps, ADSB Exchange, Flight Radar, thumbs up, great. This is the E6 you're interested in. I saw some questions about whether it's an E6. Yes, it's an E6. That's why when you hover over it, it says type code E6. As far as the B2s, I don't think you can see them on these maps. Maybe they show up once in a while, but I don't think you'll be able to see them, so that's fine. The other thing, if you're locked in, let me throw it back to Arc, which is a deprecated browser that they're not supporting anymore. But it's useful. So if you just want to look at the E6s, we looked at the message earlier, but this is our SKYMASTER. We know he's leaving Ramstein Air Base. He's eventually going to go back to Ramstein Air Base. You can look at that. You can also just use a search and say just military. I won't do it right now because I'm not actually going to look at it, but you can just, filter for that. You can do type codes. Very useful website. Link to this is in the description of the video as well. That's the options for the locked-in gang. For airspace reservations, we'll just look at it again. You do a NOTAM search, and the area is bird. I didn't call it, but it's bird. You go down to this one that mentions shadows. This could turn out to be wrong, but the new Area 51 is also posting about it after I was talking about it, so it's probably right. And that just shows you it's going to be west of the Faroe Islands. Who else should you be checking if you're locked in and you want to stay locked in? The new Area 51, the Intel Frog, OSINT Defender. Now, I don't think S2 Underground ever does minute by minute stuff. Once in a while, he'll sort of react in real time. But he may have some interesting analysis and contextualization later on. I think he's talking about something, covering something else. He's not going to be reacting to this in real time. Who else should I be shouting out right now? Tries Not was the first person to catch the E6 taking off, so you're going to want to follow Combat Kevin here, expert on the E6s. What else? Lots of notifications. Let's look at this together in real time. I'm live streaming. The link was broken? Oh my goodness. I hope people clicked hfgcs.com. That's fine. What happens if you click that? Does it just say it doesn't work? Yeah, that's fine. Then they click this and find out that it takes a moment and then it loads. Perfect. Kino. Sure. I'm not going to reply to that one. I've already done my little rambling. Feels very heavy. Okay, we don't have to look at me looking at my notifications in real time. That's not the best content I've ever posted to YouTube. Oh, see, I'm talking over stuff. So I just answered, I think I've answered this a few times by now. Whether B2s are part of the exercise, the answer is they could be. We don't know. They have been in the past. If you look up over on X, and give me a moment to try and clean up the tabs before we go back over to the browser window. But the February 2024 SKYMASTER I've been talking about a few times now is sort of our frame of reference. The B2 is using call sign mult11, and it flew over. This post happens to be useful. It was Alpha Echo 0412 mult11. I don't know if anyone has that combination. No, I didn't do that. But this was the SKYMASTER last year, so a B2 and an E6 were involved. So one of the E2s that's flying over to Europe right now could be doing that for the exact same reason. And that lineup could happen in like 2 or 3 hours. That's not going to be an instant thing. I'm not going to have that on stream for you right now because B2s don't fly that fast that I know of. Well, I don't know anything. That's what Grok told me. And I trust Grok. As far as covering this for you guys on stream, again, I'm getting a little bit repetitive. This is not a fantastic setup, because I can really only potentially talk over or miss the audio. That is why the separate windows that you see on your screen right now are available to you as individual screens. Or as individual streams here on YouTube without me talking over them. What I can do right now, I'm going to delete this. I'm going to show you the post I'm going to delete because I feel like people are mad at me for it or like confused. Oh, okay, I see why people are upset. I'll just delete it. It was supposed to be like a sarcastic, like, oh my gosh, it's happening, but it probably looks like people, like I'm panicking. I got rid of it. It's fine. It's gone. I apologize for any confusion. So I could technically end the stream right now, and you guys could just watch the individual SDRs. And you can check the map yourself. But I guess if there are any questions before I end the stream, I'm available for like another, half hour or so, and then I sort of start winding my way towards bed. Um, but yeah, we've already heard Skymaster. It's happening on a day I expected it as possibly happening. And I can show you the slides over and over and beat the idea into you. That I'm not using like some hard, complex, arcane magic to predict these. The word predict probably even gives the wrong impression. And then, you and I can have a conversation about, well, if this was actually ever going to be real, wouldn't an exercise be the perfect conceit by which to escalate without immediately tipping off the opposition? And then we can again talk about the current geopolitical temperature. But I don't think that's happening. I don't feel like that's what's happening. I don't think you really feel like that's what's happening. It's an exercise. It's a very serious exercise. It's a very interesting exercise because, as I understand them, this is what the end of the world would sound like, in a manner of speaking. So it's not nothing, but there's no need to panic. The Hitman comments, literally the only person that can predict these events. I tell you what, I'm not sure for October, November, and December of this year, and I think it's a little bit murky to understand what's going on with the last quarter of the year when it comes to Skymaster events. But do me a favor. I believe in you. Take a look at the first Skymaster event of 2023. It took place on the second Wednesday of the month, January 11th, 2023. Take a look at the first January Skymaster in 2024. January 10th was the second Wednesday of 2024, Skymaster. Take a look at this year. January 8th, let me double check that. This isn't just like lazy copy pasting. Yeah, January 8th was the second Wednesday of 2025. That's math. I don't even know why I couldn't do that in my head. Open your calendar app and take a look. When is the second Wednesday of 2026? January 14th. Decent chances that's going to be a Skymaster. Maybe it'll be January 7th, maybe it'll be January 21st. So like that's the spread, but like if you only get to bet on one, January 14th, 2026, write that down. That's not hard. You can do it. I believe in all of you. And you can do that for a bunch of others. Some of them are murky. April is messy and weird, and I've gotten one maybe wrong, but because there's no structured pattern, and those also seem very strange. But a lot of them are fairly structured. Like the September one is fairly structured. There is no secret math to do it. It was either September 17th, sorry. Yeah, 17th or 24th. It wasn't September 17th. It's September 24th and it's happening. That's it. There's nothing complex about that. And then you listen on the radio. Well, you watch the E6s to figure out where it might be, and that gives you an idea of which SDRs to listen to. What was I lost my train of thought. I genuinely lost my train of thought. If you guys have questions, I can ramble, but I do think we're getting at the repetitive point. So if there are questions, I can kind of help me direct the thing in a certain way so that you get value out of it. The Hitman and Cam. So the idea that nobody else has done this, I think part of it, at least part of it, is that some people are sort of like, well, some people can basically just watch what I do and then the hype there. I'm not going to pull it up on stream. I'm going to check off screen, but I suspect if you type SKYMASTER into YouTube right now and filter for live streams, there's going to be at least one live stream with like 2,000 viewers. 3,800 people are watching stream. I am going to put this up on stream just so that you guys kind of understand what exactly I'm talking about. Right? This guy's a moron. But he has 3,800 people watching him. I have 71 people. And this guy basically just, I have him blocked, but like he has so many people who follow me. One of them, two of them, 10 of them could be watching the stream right now. And then just going back to that live stream and kind of relaying this information. And he just says it's real because that gets more people tuned in and watching. It's just being an imbecile. I'm not gonna just sit there like swearing or anything. You know, he's either not a bright man, which is what I actually suspect, or he is a bright man. He just knows to play dumb. Social media and all of this stuff is a mess, right? And I think I lost a lot of viewers last year by saying I don't want to just constantly be at war with this guy. I have said, you know, this man is free to debate me. I will come on as a guest on his channel, and God believe me, I don't want his audience. Look, there's one guy who's just constantly like typing and I'm like, is this real or is this a joke? But it gets more people watching, so there you go. And I'm on here just sharing information, so that's fine. Yeah, I think he knows to play dumb to make money, and I'm incapable of that. So part of the value of anything is knowing how to sell it. I'm not a very good salesman. I've tried, because I think as soon as you decide like I'm not good at something and just like internalize that, well, it's sort of your own fault. But I have tried to in other avenues in life to be sort of more of a salesman. It doesn't. I'm not. It's totally outside of my personality because I just value directness and straightforwardness. I shitpost, but I don't like lie. I'm not capable of it. Anyways, that's a tangent. If there are direct questions about things that I can answer, let me know. What else? I'm just scrolling the timeline here. Oh, I have to. I'm gonna quote my own tweet. I'm gonna do this on. This will be a good spot to. If there's questions, let me know, s'il vous plaît. But 24 from the Intel. Oh, hold on. I'm going to quote this with an image saying Write Again Award, but not yet. Give me a moment. I have to generate it. I'm going to be off screen while we're doing that. Oops. I can't show you the map while I'm doing that. Well, we'll have that on screen. Give me a minute. Feel free to ask any questions in the chat box while I make an epic tweet. Unbelievable. Cam asks, do you think if I write in the chat here, more people will watch the truth? No, because I think the reason I don't want that audience is because I think they're more just looking for somebody to babysit them. Like, that's why some YouTubers manage to gather a large audience. It's not actually about the information. And I don't mean this like totally belittle them or like demean them, but genuinely it's just like they need someone to babysit them. Like they just need it's not actually about the information in a sense. Like they don't care about SKYMASTer, they don't care about the HFGCS, they don't care about any of this. Like they're not actually interested in the information as such. They just need I'm not going to like pathologize them. I don't know if they're lonely, I don't know if what it is, but I've over the past year and a half indicated like the value for me isn't me talking over these. Like I tend to not go back and watch the live streams where I'm talking over everything. That's why like it's so important to me to set up the streams that are just here's like the actual audio of the HFGCS. And we have to stop getting to this habit of me like coming on the mic and like antagonizing the audience or pandering to them or whatever the relationship is, because that's not why I started this. And I want like an audience that's more interested in that. Yeah. That was in response to a fairly trivial question. Yeah, please put in the chat. Hit the like, do the YouTube stuff that I'm so bad at like promoting. Hit the like button, share the link. And I do have a Patreon and a Buy Me a Coffee, so that but I run ads on the channel at this point now, so that covers the costs of, leaving a computer on 24/7, so, thumbs up on that. As long as viewership stays stable, I'm fine. Which countries are doing exercises right now? Well, the US is in the middle of an exercise, although I don't quite know what's going on at this exact moment. France is either still or has wrapped up its nuclear exercise poker. I talked about that earlier in the stream, and links to some accounts covering poker are in the video's description. And I put together the post I was going to make. So this is in response to Tux and a lot of other people. Sound is low, so is SKYMASTer doing tests right now? Another channel claims it's a real event. So any channel claiming it's a real event, point them in the direction of this post. Like I said on August 31st, so 24 days ago now, that a SKYMASTER event can be expected. September 17th or 24th are your more likely dates. Right again. This is not the first time we've been able to forecast a SKYMASTER event. And I told you, we just talked about this 5 minutes ago. You may not have been here. I can tell you right now. January 14th, 2026. I don't know if that's the very next SKYMASTER event. I think one's possible in October or November. But a lot of these, you can anticipate them in advance. So if they're real, like the channel's claiming that this is a real event, they have to reconcile how it's possible that I can anticipate these in advance regularly, often, and explain to the audience how you guys can anticipate them regularly in advance. So they are exercises. And as I've said a few times, you can absolutely have a conversation about how an exercise is, a potential start to quickly pivot to something real. But to just go and tell, a large audience of people that it's real without any inspection or evidence or any consideration, no, that's silly stuff. So I hope that addresses the question. Thank you for asking it. I'm right again. And so are you. I'll show them one more time. I'm not going to show them again. If I show them again, that'll just be the key that I'm getting super repetitive. And that we should probably just call it a night. We'll see. I tell you what, we are gonna call it a night in 20 minutes. Well, that'll be the hard exit on this. And it doesn't mean the SKYMASTER event is over. It just means I'm going to sleep, and probably so are you. Recordings will be available in the morning to review. But take screenshots, write these down, or whatever. This is the known list of SKYMASTER events in 2023, 2024, 2025. Take a look at the notations on the right. It gives you an idea to how you forecast these, not so much on the specific day. It's not that every January 11th there's a SKYMASTER. It's that every second Wednesday in January there's a SKYMASTER, at least for the last 3 years inclusive. And then you take a look at how things happen in other months, and you start to be able to piece things together. So I'm right again, as I so often am, but that doesn't mean that I have some secret power. And we've talked about the motivation that other channels might have for exaggerating or conflating things. There was a question. I'm going to scroll up and see if I can find it. Okay. HUJWTF asks, do we have any new information about the HFGCS? I've seen your tweet with document that contains quad 8s. Is there any new knowledge docs or anything like that? There is. And there kind of isn't. It's just a question of organizing it. Just a few days ago, we closed the Zhang Wanyang SKYMASTER Surveillance Committee Discord server. Both because I'm becoming uncomfortable with Discord as a platform, and also just there wasn't too much participation on the Discord. It was primarily me and Null, and we can just DM each other on Twitter. I would like to, and I may have to start using the past tense here. I would have liked to have put together a wiki or something. But as I've said, I'm interested. I don't have a strong background in computer science or just being a nerd or anything like that. I don't mind learning certain things. So GitHub or learning a new computer language, stuff like that. That's fine. But I've worked on wikis before, and I'm just this is tedious. I do think a wiki would be the best way of presenting information to people about the HFGCS, so that if there's a noun you don't recognize, you're sort of trained by wikis oh, I just look up that word, and then I'll find out about that thing. So I think it's very good for that. But having worked and tried to set up a wiki from scratch before, I'm just like, nah, this sucks and I don't want to do this type thing. What else? Oh, right. No, sorry, I didn't finish answering your question. So it's not so much that there's like new information. There's new observations here and there, but a lot of it is just, oh wow, like I have this messy folder of PDFs from the last 5, 10, or 20 years. And I've got to like put them together in some way. I don't know if I'll have time, unfortunately, which is annoying, but I hope I've put enough together stuff. Wow, sentences aren't working. It's that time of the night. Just taking a moment. Let's check the map. That's not the map. That's how I generated the image. Oh, I lost the map. Give me a second. We'll get the map back. Okay, map is back. Oh yeah, he's like flying directly. He's gonna get there in the next half hour or so, actually. So he's gonna be broadcasting on VLF in like half an hour? Potentially? I don't know what frequency that's going to be on. Can you guys hear me, by the way? I can't make my voice louder. Should I be leaning closer to the microphone? I think the microphone of the laptop might be like dusty or something. Sorry about that. I'm not a regular streamer. So the E6 is going, do you see the islands on the top middle of the stream screen that says some strange Icelandish Fourier? Those are the Faroe Islands or the Faroe Islands or however you might say that. And that E6 is going to be locked into a pattern west of them. Probably. We looked earlier in the stream. I don't know if I still have that up on screen. I do. So this is NOTAM Mapper. If you follow Lemon Odor on Twitter or the other app, the Blue Sky, he made this nice tool together. You just copy an airspace reservation. In here, it grabs the coordinates and tells you the bounding box, bounding, I don't know what it is. And this is a fairly generous area. So if this is the right airspace reservation, and I was saying I originally wasn't sure, but when I see other people who know more stuff posting about the same airspace reservation, it gives me more confidence that, yeah, that's probably the right one. So that's probably where the E6 is headed. So above the ocean, and he's going to be flying. The official military term is not loop-de-loop, but I'm going to say loop-de-loop, or racetrack patterns, or whatever, and there is probably a submarine there, and it's communicating with it, and they're testing stuff out. The E6 does actually enter the airspace reservation area, the NOTAM, the NOTAM, the NOTAM. It goes in there. That's its reservation. That's for it. So it definitely enters that. And he's going to be there, and the latest he will be there, well, I have to go back and check the reservation. Do I still have it? The latest he'll be there is 10. That's when the reservation ends. So 10 UTC. It's currently 3:49 UTC. So he's late for his reservation, technically. He doesn't have to be there at 2:30. I wouldn't expect it to be there that long, but that gives you an absolute upper bound of how long he might loiter there. There's another question. Is this a training exercise? Yes. It's a cool exercise, though, because to answer your next question from Certified Boogeyman, what is a Skymaster? So I don't have like a nice single... I have a nice single sentence answer. They're practicing for World War III. If you want to know what U.S. military radio would sound like at the beginning of various stages of a major conflict with another, and this isn't a term I made up, I stole this from like U.S. military documentation, with like a peer adversary. In other words, I think that definition implies another country that is nuclear capable and at war with the United States of America. So China, Russia, pick a country that you don't like and has nuclear weapons and the United States doesn't get along with. And Skymasters seem to practice for various components of either a direct retaliation or a preemptive strike, or am I allowed to say that? I may not be allowed to say preemptive strike. That I may be implying things about U.S. military doctrine that are not true or are officially not true. Not that I'm a member of the U.S. military, but I don't want to step on anyone's toes. So I won't say that necessarily. France, potentially. I mean, they have nuclear weapons, and the U.S. doesn't always get along with France, so who knows? Do we know where the B-2s are? That's a good question. I don't think we do. We have to infer where they are. And the Ball Geek was in the chat box earlier. I think said, yes, I have the right idea about this. You can't know where the B2s are by looking up where the B2s are directly. You have to infer it based on activity from tankers. So when you see people posting about a B2 being somewhere, that's how they've done it. I think it's like very rarely, and when I say rarely, it's like it just doesn't happen except for like these fluke instances here and there, that a B2 may show up on a flight map or a B2 may ping ACARs. They do have to communicate with air traffic control more often than they'd like, I think. Or it's the tankers that have to communicate with air traffic control to let them know that they're in this area because of a B2. Something like that. I'm not a big air traffic control listener guy. So someone can speak to you about that with more expertise. But you sort of figure out where a B2 is by following the smoke and not looking for the fire. If I can start mutilating idioms and expressions and analogies, I hope that's okay. I do that a lot. So as far as the B2s, and we'll have some visual engagement with you guys again. Calm. B2 spirit. I want to actually look at accounts that I follow, not random people. It looks like there's just a lot of people posting about B2 spirits now. So I'll take a look at OSINT Defender in a second. But yeah, as a few of you have said, last we know the E6s are flying, or sorry, the B2s are flying east, likely towards Europe. And earlier in the stream, we asked Grok how long would it take B2s to get to Europe, because they could very well be involved in the Skymaster event that is not without precedent. But it's also entirely possible one is like turned back, or they're actually doing something else. I don't know. I might delete this. No, that's fine. No, I'll leave that up. Whatever. Wow, thank you, Nightbot. I didn't know that you were still turned on. Oh, shoot, I'm talking over a message.
Oscar 6 Zulu 5 Sierra Mike 4 Zulu 5 Sierra Charlie Kilo 7 I say again 7 Zulu Alpha Romeo Yankee Golf Victor Oscar 6 4 Papa X-ray 2 Yankee Oscar 6 Zulu 5 Sierra Mike 4 Zulu 5 Sierra Charlie Kilo 7 This is oxidation out.
So reminder, guys, the 6 windows that you see on your screen right now, they're the actual like audio of HFGCS channels. Those are available as separate streams. The green one, if you go on the NEET Intel YouTube channel, you can access that here. If you look, if you want the blue ones, those are available on Null's YouTube channel. Link in the video description. So if I miss something, if I talk over it, it's okay. One other thing, I think we will do a hard exit on the stream. If you're like new to all of this and you're actually interested, so I usually link this video in the description of the live stream. This one may not have it. That's okay. That's whatever. How do I pull that up? If you type into your search bar, NEET Intel SKYMASTer, if you watch this video, it's 48 minutes of your life. That's about a college lecture length. And I did spend time like using some AI thing to improve the audio, hopefully well enough so that like you could watch it at like fast forward or something. And the first 20 minutes or so explains who I am. That's an ad. And oh, I'm gonna change that so there's chapters. If you set the first timestamp of a video to 00, it turns it into chapters rather than moments. Anyways, the first 20 minutes explains who I am. If you don't care who I am, I don't blame you. But not just like who I am, but like my methodology and monitoring all this stuff. If you skip to 23 minutes, the last half of the video talks about, as of January 2024, my understanding of what a SKYMASTer event is. And we've monitored a lot more, like much more than when I put this video together, but it's a good enough starting point. It's not like I have tons more insights that I didn't have before. So you can start there. As far as questions about pronunciation and stuff, I'm not ignoring them. It's just what you discover with these live streams when you do them, and that's why I don't do them so much anymore. When I'm talking, I'm not listening. So I can't help out, unfortunately. I'm kind of doing a service for the audience, but at the same time, it's like I'm kind of not, because I'm not transcribing stuff or writing it down. It very much, for me, is like it's an either-or type thing. Although lately, we'll save that for another video. In brief, the current status of my involvement is I make sure the streams are running, but it's up to you guys to make of them what you will. The SKYMASTERs are predictable, so I can show up for those if I'm around and not busy. Let's take a look at the map. He, by the way, may go out of range. Like, if we... One sec. Oops. Oh, 207. Oh, it has to be 2024. So this is the SKYMASTER that went to the approximately same location in February of last year. If we look at the map, at some point it just cuts off because he goes out of range of the feeders. So you will not necessarily be able to, with flight, well, with ADSB exchange, you will not necessarily be able to see where he goes. Like, you won't necessarily see him go to the airspace reservation. You might, but it'll probably go out of range. This guy is still on the radar. We still know where he's going. Although, I think once you start... I feel like this is a guess. I feel like we're getting close to the edge of reception. And then at that point, you'll want to use... Flight radar 24. I am not a regular user of Flight Radar 24, but I understand it to have better feeders. So there he is. He may stay accessible longer than he would otherwise. Like I said, the other thing, this is kind of up to you guys. I don't know. He's probably going to broadcast on VLF. I'm almost tempted to like keep streaming so that I can capture the VLF, because the stream's on screen right now. Null is already AFK, so he won't be available to pivot to VLF. And I would like to go to bed. So, and I would also just like to leave the mainstream as it is, and it catches what it does and doesn't what it doesn't. So that's kind of a baseline, so that people understand what the US did and didn't pick up. But I could also like stay around and like do the stream like this, and then click VLF. But this is an SDR in California. I don't even know if it would necessarily pick it up. This might be the last bit of like practical advice to the power users. What you guys would want to do, I'll show you in real time, in case I do just end up deciding to go to sleep. One moment, I have to sneeze. Sorry about that. I muted the microphone. You didn't hear any sneezing. Mark. What you would want to do, I mean, I guess you would like try with these SDRs that are close to the location, because why not? And we'll mute the audio just in case. 27.2. What you'll want to do is look for SDRs in Europe that actually look like they can pick up VLF broadcasts. This one is a little bit ambiguous, but what I mean by that is if we just quickly pivot back. Oh, I was accidentally muted. I don't know where I left off with you guys. What was the last thing you heard me say? I'm not sure the last thing you heard me guys say. Oh, finding an SDR that looks like you can do VLF. So this one's not this one is a great example of maybe of something to avoid because there's too much stuff going on here, and you actually shouldn't have that many things going on. And if you look, oh, hold on, that's not zoomed in. Yeah, okay, this one is a great example in terms of this is like too much noise. It's probably not grounded or whatever. So you can be like listening to this SDR, but you won't necessarily hear any VLF transmissions. You kind of want to, I don't know, keep randomly checking. And if you find one, you bookmark it and make a note of it. Most SDRs are not good. You see this one? This one has like equidistant signals, and when you tune in, I'm not going to do it. I'm actually just going off suspicion right now, just from the way it looks. If you were to tune into any one of these, it's probably not data. It's just, I don't know what. I don't actually know what it is, but it's some kind of noise or interference or heaven knows what, but it doesn't look to me like the usual spots where VLF transmissions are. It's probably not transmission, it's just noise or something. You're sort of like clicking around until you find one that looks like the California SDR does, in terms of, oops. I guess it should roughly look like this. Whatever the transmissions on about 25 kilohertz are, they're often very strong, and I do think some SDRs can pick it up in other parts of the world. VLF, in theory, has like very large propagation, so yeah. Oh, there's a transmission right now.
Uniform 2, uniform, stand by, message of 55 characters follows. Whiskey, uniform, 2, uniform, Delta, Mike, Hotel, Lima, Juliet, Mike, Victor, Golf, Bravo, November, Quebec, Romeo, Bravo, November, Alpha, 7, Quebec, Oscar, X-ray, Zulu, Lima, 3, Hotel, Quebec, 6, uniform, 4, Yankee, November, Foxtrot, India, 2, Alpha, Golf, Oscar, Lima, 3, Hotel, Quebec, 6, uniform, 4, Yankee, November, Foxtrot, 2, I say again, 2, 7, Whiskey, uniform, 2, uniform, Delta, Mike, Hotel, Lima, Juliet, Mike, Victor, Golf, Bravo, November, Quebec, Romeo, Bravo, November, Alpha, 7, Quebec, Oscar, X-ray, Zulu, Lima, 3, Hotel, Quebec, 6, uniform, 4, India 2 Alpha Golf Oscar Lima 3 Hotel Quebec 6 Uniform 4 Yankee November Foxtrot 2. This is a complete message of 55 characters. This is oxidation out.
What do we want to talk about? I don't remember what I was talking about before. This is why I don't like doing these live streams. I don't remember what I was talking about. So he's definitely close to the... We were talking about VLF, and I was giving you guys a rough idea of how you might go about looking for a VLF receiver. It's imprecise, but basically you're looking for something where the range from like 1 to about 40 or 50 kilohertz. There actually are horizontal bands of data, or sorry, vertical bands of data visible on the SDR waterfall, but it's not just like a mess. You sort of like, I mean, I sort of, maybe there's better ways of doing this. Like, I recognize the SDRs that do pick up VLF and then look for other ones that look like it. So that's a little bit easier said than done, but like if it's blank, that's a bad sign. And if it's a mess, that's also a bad sign. If there's a happy medium, that's good. Like if you see things and you're like, oh, that might be something, and it's not like a total messy splotch of a signal, it's a good sign. And I'm saying that because he's very close to the reservation area. He might even actually be in it already. And we do, in theory, expect him to start broadcasting on VLF. What I also want to do, let's actually just go ahead. Let's hop to some European SDRs with the script here. Actually, because I didn't look for SDRs in advance. Where is this one? This one is in Germany. Oh, but this one will be a good one. Probably. And as far as frequencies, so that would be a fair follow-up question from you guys. And I don't have that in the video. HFGCS. One second. I'm still here. What you would want to do, and it's not like this is proprietary data or anything, but just type in HFGCS frequencies, NEET Intel, and you got a 12-minute video. It doesn't need to be a 12-minute video, but I basically have like a voice talking you through some of this stuff, but you can just like scroll through and find these, and these would be the ones you're most likely checking. So let's do that now. Let's go back. Oh, shoot. Europe, impact. Oh, shoot. This won't work with the script the way I have it set up. That's okay. We can do it here. RX. What is that SDR actually? Hold on. to shut that down. FSK. It is FSK, right? Can you guys see the parameters? You can't. I have to do this. Is that too low? Is that too high? It's still too high, but that's fine. I don't want to waste too much time doing this. $17.8. What you're basically doing, those are the parameters you need for VLF, and that's why that video was 12 minutes long. I think, I hope I specify some of the stuff like that in there. If not, I'll make another video, maybe. That looks like a thing, maybe. Prob's not. He is in location, though. This is not a science. I may not actually get anything here trying to find it, but you'd be looking for signals and just trying to, like, center it. And it does have to be those parameters, I think. It doesn't have to be, but it's much more likely. What are the frequencies? Did I close that? 17.8, 22.7. No. 27.2. No, nothing on 30, nothing on 31. Oh, what is that on? Is that 31.7? No, it's not. I feel like that is something, but it's not necessarily the something we care about. Like, yeah, that could be signal, but it's not necessarily the signal that I'm interested in. It may not be broadcasting yet. Just quickly check. NAR. The other thing you might want to do, you're looking for other SDRs, basically. Can you guys hear that audio? I need to turn that down a little bit. So this is like an example where I'm like, I don't think this SDR, the one on the left, is necessarily going to be my go-to, because I don't see any strong signals here. This one's iffy. I might use that one because it's in Scotland. It's like nearby. I could put that on like an HF frequency and be like, maybe it'll pick up some of the traffic from the E6 that I might miss otherwise. I don't know which frequency I might use. It's not a big deal because it's, in some sense, likely to be redundant to null streams. So in other words, like these guys. But I guess extra options. This is a German SDR, and I really do think it might be our best bet. As far as any VLF transmitter. So VLF, very low frequency. It's a fancy abbreviation. It's just sort of arbitrary. Anything below 30 kilohertz, I think. I don't know what the lower bound is, but that's VLF. That's very low frequencies, and the E6s will broadcast data as VLF on these very low frequencies. And they tend to do that a lot of the time. We know the frequencies they usually broadcast for the continental US, well, specifically over the Pacific, over the Atlantic, and over the Gulf of America. It's the Gulf of America, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we call it now. We've always called it that. I don't know what you're talking about. It's the Gulf of America. But I'm going to try and find at least one other SDR. That signal stopped. The thing that I was saying might be our thing, but I'm not confident. If it was, there's a decent chance like a big messy thing pops up where I'm zoomed in right now in the next little bit. Not the thing on the left, but something that looks like it would show up in like the next minute or so. So let's not get too obsessed with that one though. Let's see if we can find another SDR. If you guys are just joining us, welcome. I was going to go to bed. I should go to bed. We're 26 minutes past the promised hard exit. I will eventually go to bed. And it's okay because recordings will be available. Where are we with the map? Where is this guy? Still, is that on the radar? Or did he fall off the radar? No, he's still on the radar. Is he still on the flight radar? Uh-oh. Don't tell me he's on ADSB exchange, but not on the flight radar. That's crazy. Or did I do something? I thought it was always the opposite. That's not him. I feel like he's got to be in the airspace reservation by now. What did we miss? What was that sound? He disregarded. I listened on my phone. I'm taking advantage of new technologies. I think he was going to broadcast a message and then he disregarded. Oh, ba, 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 ba.
Break. 7, Zulu, Victor, November, 7, Papa, stand by. 7, Zulu, Victor, November, 7, Papa, stand by. 7, Zulu, Victor, November, 7, Papa, stand by. Message follows. 7, Zulu, Victor, November, 7, Papa, Foxtrot, Sierra, Zulu, 3, Tango, Golf, Charlie, Uniform, Delta, Quebec, Uniform, Victor, Lima, November, Mike, Romeo, Victor, Whiskey, Whiskey. I say again. 7, Zulu, Victor, November, 7, Papa, Foxtrot, Sierra, Zulu, 3, Tango, Golf, Charlie, Uniform, Delta, Quebec, Uniform, Victor, Lima, November, Mike, Romeo, Victor, Whiskey, Whiskey. This is Oxidation out.
There you go. That's an EAM. That's an emergency action message. It does not by default mean that the world is ending. contrary to what others might say. These are the alphabeti spaghettios that the U.S. military broadcasts on shortwave radio. I think the running average is still something like, it seems to have gone up, and that could just be selection bias from getting better at finding them. I think we're at about like 19 a day is the running average, 18 to 19 a day. And I have a description somewhere of what EAMs are for, but they can be used for, like, you know, launching stuff or just basic communications. Obviously, they can't all be used to launch nuclear missiles, because if you're broadcasting 19 EAMs a day on average, we know that there aren't an average of 19 nuclear missiles fired off a day. So they're not nothing, but they also aren't all inherently the end of the world. I don't know if that directly answers Midnight Egg's question, but I feel like it does answer some of the questions that folks have. Magic Mike asks, does everyone usually go dark for these? I think the people that usually go dark are going dark, and the people that don't usually go dark aren't going dark. Like, it's not new that a B2 is not visible on flight radars. That's just what happens. Pick any day of the year the B2 doesn't really want to show up on the map. Like, the E6 is visible. It is now off, but that doesn't mean it's gone dark. It's just flown out of range of the radars. So we've got one person in the chat box saying that we can't see the E6 anymore. If we take a look at the map, if I stop opening things that I don't mean to open off screen. Let's see. Last seen 241 seconds ago. Yeah, he might be. He might have flown out of range. He isn't trying to hide his position or anything like that. Oh, yes. So as far as the VLF goes, I mean, I know the frequencies, but I have no guarantee that they're going to use those frequencies for Europe. What I can really just do is, because this SDR in Germany does appear to have decent reception of some VLF frequencies, it's not a good idea to only look at one, but like if I have this one open, then if I notice a signal suddenly appear in this range, then I can zoom into it and check if that is something that we're interested in. So off the top of my head, I know 17.8, I know 27.2, I know 30. It could use 30. I should probably zoom out a little bit more. No, that's fine. This range is fine. So like those are our controls, because those have just been sitting there for a while, and I know they're not anything. I don't want to zoom out, because then it'll make it less easy to tell when something does appear. So I may have to close this SDR. And like we were saying earlier, it's redundant anyways, so it's not a major loss. Hello? No, not worried about that. Let's check the Iceland SDRs again, because they're in a decent location. My browser is trying to use incorrect versions of JavaScript. I want to continue anyway, so I don't care what you're saying.
I say again, this is oxidation, standing by for traffic.
activation. Out.
So they do that. Did I have the audio on for that? I think so. I think you guys heard. It was just saying it's standing by for traffic. The plane's definitely... I mean, I'm not... I guess I shouldn't say with absolute confidence that it flew out of range. It could have actually turned off its transponder. But it hasn't necessarily gone like absolutely dark. But it could have turned off because it doesn't want people to see its maneuvers right now. I don't know. I should allow for a scenario. So what I'm going to do, because I am getting ready, we're going to close off the map tab. All that potentially happens if I leave the map tab open is accidentally show stuff on screen that I don't want on screen. If that makes any sense to anybody, makes sense to me, that's good enough. And we're going to give the VLF some amount of time more to maybe show up. I'm just going to take a moment in the background here. Take a look at tab. Actually, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I haven't eaten all day. That's what Steve Lookner says. A quick Steve Lookner break. I'll be back in 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And I think that audio is on. I'll be right back. Wait, is this Steve Lookner or Mike Lookner? I'm back, by the way. I literally needed like 2 minutes. I feel like it's Steve. It could be Mike. Steve Lookner is a character. We'll leave it there. Steve Lookner is a character. He's very good at what he does. He covers the news. He makes it fun for families. Let's say that. I don't know what we're saying. So I did look at these Icelandic SDRs to see if they would cooperate with me in terms of checking if they can do VLF, and they're not opening in this browser, so that's not fun. Is Steve I don't think he's unreliable. I don't really have a problem. I have sort of like there's no real issue to have a problem with Steve. He's very entertaining. I don't think he's a fearmonger or anything like that. So he plays it up, but I don't. It's not in a malevolent way. So Steve can keep doing whatever it is that he's doing. For the other channels, you know, the ones that I've every time we do these streams, we got to talk about them, but kind of tired of talking about them. You know, there's other channels that cover this stuff, and they're clearly just trying to scare their audience. I don't think Steve ever tries to scare his audience. Not that I've seen. Yeah, Goober, Yi said Goober is the best way to describe Steve Lookner. He wrote an episode of Seinfeld. Unironically. Are you kidding me? There's an SDR in Portugal now? That was not there 2 months ago. Oh, it's busy. Who is on this SDR? There's a free slot. Someone literally just took the slot oh, it was password protected. What? Doesn't matter. I'm not waiting for an SDR. This is boring streaming, watching me like queue up. Get in line to listen to nothing. So that you're aware of what's on your screen right now. So the E6, which I think you guys said is showing up on Flight Radar 24 again. I'm gonna take a look. I can't put it up on screen. I don't see him on Flight Radar 24, but I'll take your word for it. He may start broadcasting data on lower frequencies. And if he does, it would correspond to somewhere in the fairly open-ended range that I have with the SDR on the left. So if you see a vertical band of decent strength show up, in addition to the ones that are there right now, that could be the E6 beginning to broadcast something, and then you would zoom into that and click data parameters so that you can try and decode that. And you can decode that, but it's just going to give you letters and numbers, just like an EAM, or it could be a different set of letters and numbers. And that would kind of be the pinnacle of excitement, is whether it's hello. This is exciting. That's literally it, boys. We found him. Oh. Oh my god. If anyone has any problem with me talking over that, please let me know. Because I can go back to not talking, but I feel like for most of the audience, that's fine. Like, you don't have to listen to whatever that is. It's just data. And what you're seeing on the box is, it's not the best reception or just the SDRs, whatever. But you can see like Delta Delta, Mike Hotel, Lima Juliet, Mike Victor, Golf Bravo, November, November. And I didn't write down the EAM that was broadcast earlier, but most likely it is as data, a text transcription of the EAM. It's going again. And what I'll do later if someone else doesn't do it, we're basically just confirming that it's the same EAM that was broadcast by the HFGCS ground stations anyways. Griffin, I did see your question. Just give me a moment here. I'll answer that if I can figure out where the E6 is. Is it a tracked flight? Why isn't it a top tracked flight? People should be interested. That's crazy. Someone was saying that the E6 didn't show up for me earlier because I wasn't zoomed in sufficiently. Oops, that's Iceland. I'm a moron. So they're saying it should be here, but I have to zoom in more? I don't see it, bro. How far do I have to zoom in? Oh, sorry, I zoned out. Yeah, the E6 is probably just doing really goofy loop-de-loops to, like, just within the bounds of the reservation area. Adam's Random Stuff, thanks for tuning in. Have a good night. And to anyone else as well. I'm gonna end it in like 10 minutes anyways. I was gonna end it like 40 minutes ago, but I guess sticking out a little bit to capture the data transmission. It probably will do more data transmissions over the next few hours, but I'm not going to stay up for all that. Oh, the SDR froze. No, it didn't. It's fine. But there you go. It's flying around. It's probably broadcasting to a submarine. We got to take a look at what's going on here. That reception is not great, but it's better than nothing. I don't want to move away from this now. Yeah, it's just doing the loop-de-doopties. The poop-de-loops. The hoop-de-hoops. Even if it's not on radar. I guess it would be interesting. I'll check some stuff that might be interesting in the background for you. And if there's anything of consequence, I can report it. But that was the thing I was willing to stay up an extra hour for. And there we go. We got it. Oh, the transmission finished. Is it going to do the cloud? Sometimes it does a big cloud. And we have no idea how to decode the cloud when it shows up. This SDR might not even capture the cloud. They might not do the cloud. I don't know. Does anyone need this text? This is a mess. I'll copy it just in case and post it, I guess. I will post it as a reply to my posts. So I don't know if any of you will need this, and because the reception wasn't great, it's a little bit of homework to sort of go through and clean it up. But I did just post the text of what you saw on screen. When I say homework, it's like, that's Victor, that's Mike. So you'd have to clean it up. And then sort of like cross-reference and figure out what went wrong here. That's obviously November, Quebec, Romeo, Bravo, November, November, Alpha 7. Is that Quebec? You have to check. That's not Hiddle. It's Hotel. Foxtrot. It's messy, but there you go, in case anyone wanted that. I think Bellerophon already figured out which EAM it is, so that's fine. So, the latest this will go is 10 UTC. It's currently 4:53. The B2s could show up and be involved. The ones that are coming from the US and crossing the Atlantic, they could finish crossing the Atlantic. They could have also already turned around. They could fly somewhere else because they're involved in somewhere else. Lots of possibilities with them. The E6 is most likely going to, at some point, I mean, it will have to at some point turn around, and it would be very strange if it didn't just go straight back to Ramstein, but we have a earlier ACARS message pretty much confirming its flight path was just going to eventually go back to Ramstein, so that's our expectation there. Any point in the next 5 hours, most likely. I don't know what else you would expect. Like I said, I had to close one of the maps, but I'll just quickly check if France is still doing their exercise. I think they're done. So I don't think that's concurrent. You have me for another 5 minutes. If you have any questions, let me know. If you don't feel like asking questions, but you are genuinely interested how a 4chan ship poster can put all this stuff together and predict US nuclear exercises, you know, weeks ahead of time. I'm not like an ex-analyst for the military. I don't have any special, I don't know what. But I explain myself in this video. This one. Who I am, why I got interested in this, what I've been doing. And I talk through most of my methodology. And there you go. As far as audio, I've said this multiple times during this live stream, but The 6 screens that you see on your stream right now, those are all available as separate live streams. Links in the description. And let me check. There was a question from Griffin. Where did you get the op area checklist you posted on your Twitter earlier when talking about the 8888 messages? Was hoping you could unpack all that. I have to think about what you're asking me. Op area. This? I don't know if you happen to still be here. This is from a PDF that was sent to me, and it's called a gouge book. I don't think I'm not allowed to talk about it. I usually tell people, I think everyone knows if you're going to send me something, I'm probably going to post it. So if you have something I can't post, not to send it. Having said that, I'm not just going to immediately dump it online. This is from a PDF called a gouge book that was sent to me sometime this year. And it's like 15 years old at this point. Let me see if I can find, I can't pull it up on screen. I don't have that ready for you. But I'm looking through it right now. Page 3 is a list of DSN phone numbers for things like the Intel Assistant, Maintenance Officer, Facilities Officer, the Takamo Command Center, the Navy Campus, the Security Guard Shack, pretty much all over the place. Several pages of phone numbers, tanker squadrons, Atlantic area of AOR phone numbers, Patuxent, Robbins, Charleston, MacDill, Bangor, just a lot of phone numbers. A set of accident on scene checklist instructions, briefing items and checklists. I think that's where it would sort of start to get interesting. It looks like a set of like pre-deployment checklists for E6s, for things that they should do before taking off. It also talks about the TACAMO and the airborne, I don't remember what NCP stands for, and it's 1 a.m., so that's fine. You either know what that means or you don't. De-icing procedures. It's really all over the place. And I have to go down, I don't know how many pages. I'm flipping through stuff about like flight angles. Bunch of abbreviations I don't understand. They probably aren't complex. You just have to sit down and figure out what they mean. Yeah, there's just like pages and pages of checklists. That's where that screenshot is from. There's a screenshot about like taxi brief. There's a checklist of checklists. There is pre-flight, there's comm expectations, pre-flight, post-flight, GSR pre-flight. There's a lot of checklists. So just pre-op area, I guess, before you reach the area of operation, you're doing these things. That would be the context. It's not like a well-written and verbose PDF. It doesn't say top secret. I'm just like, I don't know how to throw it up on screen because it's actually in my like browser. Like, not my browser. It's my like Finder for my Mac, and I don't want to put that on screen right now. It doesn't say it's top secret. I'll just check if I can post it or something. But there's a lot of PDFs like this where I'm just like, it has to be posted and it has to be organized. That's all. Like, all this information is out there. It's just nobody's pulled it all together, and there's limited incentive to pull it all together. I'll do this one last time. If we filter by live, let's see. Okay, this guy has like a nuclear thumbnail, and he has 13 people watching. I have 45 people watching. Thank you very much for your interest and support, by the way. But like, this man is shouting gibberish and nonsense and telling you the world is ending, and he has 3,000 viewers. So the incentive is to act like a retard, right? And I'm like, well, when I can find time, I can do that, and it's hard to find time when you have to commit to other things because you don't make hundreds of dollars telling people the world is ending. So it's just a question of timing and organization. And when it comes to running these live streams, that's kind of all I can do right now. I have that automated. Yeah, I mean, I could just post it to War Thunder. Anyways, it's not like some super impressive thing. Like when it was sent to me, I flipped through and I'm like, oh, that's what this is, but it's not. I'm not someone who like sits on information. I don't get off on that. It's just if you just dump it, then people ask you questions. It's like I don't know. I haven't looked through it. If you want to assist with like organizing that as a wiki or something, I have a lot of PDFs I just sit on. So Max 7 Radio Intercepts, good evening. Hope you're doing well. We just caught a VLF transmission from the SKYMASTer E6 over in Europe about 10 minutes ago, so I stayed up 50 minutes for my intended original sleep time to catch that. We caught that. That's great. As far as HF transmission... Oh, I'm talking through something. I'll tell you what. Let's listen to this one since we have it on screen.
Alpha 7, Quebec, Oscar, X-ray, Zulu, Lima, 3, Hotel, Quebec, 6, Uniform, 4, Yankee, November, Foxtrot, India, 2, Alpha, Golf, Oscar, Lima, 3, Hotel, Quebec, 6, Uniform, 4, Yankee, November, Foxtrot, 2, I say it again. Uniform, 2, Uniform, Delta, Delta, Mike, Hotel, Lima, Juliet, Mike, Victor, Golf, Bravo, November, November, Quebec, Romeo, Bravo, November, November, Alpha, 7, Quebec, Oscar, X-ray, Zulu, Lima, 3, Hotel, Quebec, 6, Uniform, 4, Yankee, November, Foxtrot, India, 2, Alpha, Golf, Oscar, Lima, 3, Hotel, Quebec, 6, Uniform, 4, message of 55 characters. This is oxidation out. This is oxidation, standing by for traffic. I say again, this is oxidation, standing by for traffic. Oxidation out.
The audio was on for that for you guys, right? You heard the AM. You weren't just like staring at silence for a little bit. Let me check. Good. Okay. Wonderful. So that's a repeat of the same EAM from earlier. That's the same EAM that I think. What was I saying? I think that's the same EAM that the E6 broadcast as digital data to probably a submarine. I was kind of giving you guys a managed expectations in terms of what you could expect to happen next. Only Axel. So I'm just gonna answer the few questions we have here. Only Axel. Does it looping usually happen during exercises? Sorry, this is my first time watching this. By looping, do you mean that they're repeating the same message over and over? If so, the answer to that is yes. They will often repeat the same message over and over. I don't know if Bellerophon is still awake or still asleep, but he has a working observation that most messages have a 2-hour expiry, and by most, it's like, I don't know if he's here, better than 90% of messages don't last longer than 2 hours, at which point they have to like replace it or just retire it. But yeah, for an exercise like this, it doesn't surprise me to find out that they're repeating a message over and over. Oh, you meant looping with the E6s? Yeah, that's normal. The E6 has a defined area we were looking at earlier. So he has an airspace reserved for himself. You can find this text. We discussed it earlier in the live stream, but these have to be published. This is actually published a week ago, and it's an airspace reservation. And until we actually saw the E6 enter this area, I wasn't 100% sure the way I might be otherwise, but this is the box he's allowed to be in, and he's going to fly around in that box and do all sorts of maneuvers, and that could be like practice or I don't know what. But yeah, he's going to be looping around because the purpose of what he's doing is in part to stay in that box. Why will it end around 10 UTC? So this reservation, if you look this up in like a database, oh, it says it right here. Why isn't the text? Anyways, the effective date is today at 2:30, so already well past that, and it expires at 10 Zulu, UTC, whatever notation you prefer. So he doesn't have to be out of that by 10, but like his exclusive reservation expires. So other planes will be allowed to enter there again. So he'll most likely either already be gone or getting out of there at 10. What we've seen with these kinds of reservations is they're very generous. So, especially because he seems to have gotten going relatively early, he's unlikely to actually need to be there that long. I would guess, I'm about to go to bed, and I imagine you may be going to bed as well, so we'll find out in the morning. We'll probably leave an hour or two before that, if not like 3-4 hours before that. Well, I mean, it's already 5:11, so it's not like he can leave 5 hours before, but he could leave soon. I don't know. That's kind of my thinking. What other questions have I gotten? If I haven't answered a question that you want to know, please repeat it right now so I don't leave you hanging. Blade asks, what's the difference between Sky King and Skymaster? That is a very involved... I could talk for like 10 minutes. Sky King isn't really heard on the HFGCS anymore. And Sky King, this is my guess, but I think people online thought the Sky King meant like things are happening, and it seemed to me like it was an emergency abort order. Like if you heard Sky King, it would always say like Sky King, do not answer. This is a guess. I don't have a lot of evidence for this, but at least in a more contemporary sense, it's like don't answer because it's not relevant. Like whatever you are doing, stop and either like land at the nearest US Air Force base or like land at the closest, I don't know what, like civilian allied base. Whatever you're doing, like stop it and wait for further instructions. Like this is like an emergency override. That is my guess of what Sky King is. I don't have a lot of evidence for that, but I think that's what Sky King is. And there's some evidence contrary to that. So, Skymaster is a call sign that we see only being used during these exercises. And it seems to be used by like the E6s that basically act as a Skymaster in this, World War III scenario, and they're sort of I don't know what they're acting as other than the Skymaster, but that certainly has implications. So Sky King, my guess is it's any time of day, any day of the year, emergency override. It doesn't matter whether you're on a real mission, it doesn't matter whether you're on a practice mission. If the Sky King is talking, like, you have to listen to whatever it's saying. Stand by like immediately for further instructions. Skymaster is like used during these exercises. It's pretty much confirmed to be Skymaster exercise though, right? Yes. Yeah, simply yes. What's the point in sending an E6 to Europe? Surely an E6 would want to be nowhere near Europe in a real-world nuclear attack scenario. That's a great question, Leo. I don't have an immediate answer for you on that, but this is not new. They've been sending E6s to Europe to do these scenarios for a while. What exactly they're rehearsing, there could be different parts. Like, this could be rehearsing individual stages of like a multi-stage conflict. So maybe there is a scenario where they would want an E6 involved. So involved in Europe. So I'll just leave it there. I don't super know. Is Skymaster vestigial from the Looking Glass? At 1:15 a.m., I don't remember what Looking Glass was. It is no longer, you are correct that it's like no longer used as a call sign, which is why I'm just like, okay, great. It could be, wasn't Looking Glass used for, no, that was Glass Eye. I'm thinking of Glass Eye. I don't remember what Looking Glass was used for. Isn't that like the Airborne Nash Command Post, blah, blah, blah? I just got tagged on a post. I'll pull this up for you guys because you may be interested. Everyone was very interested in the B2. So there you go. The B2 is... He knows where the B2 is? She? They? I don't know what they are.
Position. Solar 11 challenge ready for it. Solar 11, check position 46 north, 30 west, 0447. Estimate 44 north, 20 west. 0546, then 43 north, 1932 west, decimal 6er 9er Mach, flight level 270. Solar 11 time, just say again your speed. Solar 11 coming, thank you, copy 46 north 30 West 0447, estimating 44 north 20 West 0546, next 42 north 1932 West, indicating Mach decimal 69er at flight level 270, is that okay? Solar 11, good, copy.
So there you go. A lot of people were asking about the B2. So they kind of have to communicate with the air traffic control guys. I don't know if I said B52 or B2, but yeah, B2. B2, like I said on the post, they're B2s. That thing might have broadcast again. Yeah, we missed it. I was talking over it, but he broadcast on VLF a second time. That's fine. There he is. He's still doing his thing. As far as coordinates or whatever, I don't know what we just listened to. I just played that because I know you guys like listening to that kind of thing. Probably coordinates. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets involved with what we are watching. Why is it red? What did I do? Wait, why is it red? Oh. How is it red? That is sick. What have I done? What the spruce? That doesn't matter. It's late. Cost is still flying around. Okay, I want to get through your questions so I can go to sleep. Only Axel is asking about Lavrov flying to Washington. There was another question from someone about something or other about Putin. It's not that I don't care about these things or that I feel like totally uninformed and commenting on them, but I don't know. I prefer to defer that to other people. Oh, good morning, Null. If you rewind to about... Hello, what's that? If you rewind about 30 minutes ago, about 30 minutes ago, we heard the thing on VLF. And what is this? What is going on here? Is this our guy? Do we care about this? It's quite a strong signal, but I don't think it's our guy. This is the only reason I'm still up. I should be asleep, but I was like, I want to stay up for the VLF, and we heard it 30 minutes ago or so. I don't know if this is. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Oh, right. This may be the last question I answer because I do want to go to bed, and null showing up is a very good cue for me to go to bed. How do I go to my own YouTube channel? If you check the description of the video, one of the people I recommend, I don't know why this link isn't working, but if you go, he also has a YouTube channel. S2 Underground does more of a higher level analysis of global geopolitics and stuff. Like he just covers news on both macro and micro and does quick daily reports for you. And I feel like I don't have to be yet another person out there online just giving you their take on stuff, because like anything I would do would just be, you know, some inferior version of what this guy's doing. For the most part. I mean, I would have my own little flair to add. I would talk about K-pop and stuff. He doesn't talk about K-pop enough. That's, you know, that's fine. I'm kidding. Or am I? I'm not. You should talk about K-pop more. But no, like there's no need to. Good lord, what is wrong with these people? Setting up an alt to get mad at me. If you leave like stupid comments on my X account that's like, I can't be bothered to read your post, of course I'm going to block you. Like, go away, you're being annoying. Anyways, if you want like analysis on stuff like why is Putin in Washington or why is Lavrov flying here, check out S2 Underground. He's not going to cover everything, but he'll have more thoughtful things than I can have for you. I don't think I have anything else for you guys. And I would like to go to bed. So, that said, and the E6 is off the radar again. That's it. Rewind to something 50 or I don't know what to check out the VLF. I posted this text on X as a reply to one of my posts. Thank you very much for tuning in. The other stream will continue as normal, and Null's streams are in the description. That is it. I'm going to bed.